HAL OpenFi project.
Opening.
HAL run Nugget window.
Running Nugget window server.
HAL run program. HAL go to next error. HAL go to next error. HAL compile program. HAL run program. Hello, Surfer Bacon. Is that your real name? We've got a guy who comes in every now and then, and uses fake names, tries to get me to pronounce the name so that I say something rude. This is pitiful. I'm sure that's I'm looking at, I'm cheat coding yours here, Surfer. I think that seems like fairly normal. How you doing? Where are you from? I can always get my map out, which is just waiting for software from the UK. Oh, great. Well, you see, I've got a map. There are two reasons I don't get a lot of work done. One of them is that I almost invariably end up ranting, and the other one is because I have this blooming map now. So map with people, that is where I am. So where are you in the UK, Surfer? I can add a dot for you. You can even pick your own colour. That's just amazing, really. No expense spared here, I can tell you. That camera view is really bright. You're from Wales. Well, we don't have anybody from Wales before. Where are you? In the village. You could be from there, but I guess not. I'm going to just pick a colour for you. Let's see if I can guess your colour. Your colour is sort of gold. There you are. And I'm going to try and guess where you are. I think you're about here. Near Port Merion. I'm probably wildly wrong, but I don't care. South. Well, is that close enough? Alright, south. Alright, we're south then. You got just in time. There's your point there. And this is surfer. Oh, can I surfer? I could call you bacon instead. Alright, surfer bacon. Surfer by itself is not specific enough. It could be any. They're all surfers. Surfers of servers. Try and say that quickly. Oh no. What happened there? Oh, I think I can correct it. Okay. Surfer bacon. I have to get a dot for you. I'll just make that better there. There you go. Surfer bacon. There we are. So you are also lying on the main sort of the Dino stream vault, a proposed line across the planet that goes something like this. Can you see? There's like a. Not everybody's on it, but there's a tendency there. You're pretty close. Old surfer. Right. Anyway, where was I? So, we're right. I'm running this, and oh, there was a breakpoint there. Okay, so we hit my error point. Here's my test file, which doesn't have really much in it except on begin. Right, yes. Add on begin on change AB. Right. Oh, I hate this. I think it's a UK keyboard. It's not. It's a US keyboard. So it gives me something to rant about. It's this thing that changed the language. This. How it changes all by itself. That's the mystery. It's like you're minding your own business and then it changes it. If I run this, it should not assert. That's correct. It asserts because I'm doing an add rule. How run program. So this is when I do evaluate add begin. It's where I actually need to do the adding of the rule. Oh. The adding of the rule, for which I need to create the rule. Oh, I've already done some of it. It's like I make a rule, I set the action index for the rule, I pushed, but pushing this back, to be careful because I believe it does this by value. Depends on the type of. Go to the definition of that. Yeah, it's by value. That's what I thought. So I need to be a little bit careful. Oh, I can go here. Right, I need to be a bit careful here because this is pushing it onto the sort of list of actions by value, so I need to initialize it before. Oh, and that's fun. And then I set the action index to I. Oh, that's oh. This is where I need to do some refactoring because this is circular. Push the value, it goes onto there by value, and then I need to set. I'm going to have to refactor this anyway, but what I'm going to do is change this around. So it's not. I'm going to open the window as well. It's getting hot. Oh, I forgot to mention. On my Discord and I am streaming. No, actually, I really don't like this at all, the way I've done that. But let's have a look at where else do I call set action index? Oh, right, yeah, it does it that way. Well, this adds it to the current rule set action index. Oh dear, I'm overdue for a refactoring. I pushed the action that was in the templated rule. I pushed that onto the action list. And then, oh right, yes, and then I set I haven't looked at this code for about a week, so I'm having to so that's rule template, but there's a new rule R, and so what I do is I push that onto that and get the index, set the index in the rule, so the rule has an index to the action. The rule template Hey Michael, how you doing? We have Michael all the way from from Manchester. Wow. So I suppose what I could do is add a layer. I mean, you know, it's like there's always sort of getting more sophisticated as we flow along. Well, I suppose I could get this like that, and then there are all these brushes here, aren't there? So how about this one? So we can then say that Surfer Bacon, Lars Vandenberg. That sounds familiar, Lars. Surfer Bacon, Michael. Where are you from, Lars? Why do you sound familiar to me? And why is this camera making my beard like brighter than everything else in this picture? These are all questions. Main camera. Let's configure the video. Advanced settings. Right lighter is enabled, which means that it will make sure that the light is right. And then when you turn it off, it just deliberately makes it absolutely as bad as possible to try and make the right light feature seem better than it really is. No right light? Black. I mean, it doesn't even try. It's just they never stop, do they? Look, this is, you want right light, you have to do it yourself. Right light, yeah. You have lurked in my streams before. Okay, well that'll be why. Or maybe I just knew someone called. Anyway, welcome, Lars. So I'm going to take a guess. Are you from the Netherlands? I'm just going with it. And well, if it's Netherlands, then you know, we can always go with the orange colour. You could be, the thing is, I might have insulted you because you could potentially be from Belgium, and there's a little bit of a rivalry between, shall we say, between. How do you get a good shade of orange? Orange is such a weird colour. So which is it? I'm thinking Belgium. You can always correct me, but I have to act. Otherwise, there's such hesitation in this world, right? That we never get anywhere. So I'm making the assumption that it's Belgium. You can always correct me. Yes, I got it. Belgium. Oh yeah. Aha. 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 How did I do that? I had to pick. Oh, yes, I lived in the Netherlands for 10 years. And I was weighing it up. I was looking at the way you worded that. Not sure why you would sound familiar. That could have gone either way. I may have looked in your streams before. That did not sound like a Dutch person speaking English, writing in English. So I actually said, it's got to be Belgium. And I was... Well, I mean, you know, I lived there for 10 years, and you know, you get some sensitivities. You pick up a thing or two, you know. All right. So, Belgium and the Netherlands are really small on this map. And no disrespect, but I mean, so it's like the blob that I put in here basically covers the whole country. So, oh, but you probably don't want orange then. You see, soft. What colour would you? What's your favourite colour? It's probably not orange. Oh dear. I must have had a student who had a similar name. I tell you what. The colour of Belgium. I have no idea. I'm waiting for you to tell me a colour. If you don't tell me a colour soon, I'll pick any colour except orange. There's nothing against orange, but let's go with red. Very diplomatic, very... I like it. Yeah, that's it. So there's the red. Try to have to make it a legible red. Lars V, right? Let me see, we can do some movement over there. There we go. All right. Merge down. So we got and with the new protocol, if this thing gets complicated here, we can. Oh God! To drag it around and Lord knows what. Lars is here. It's a bit confusing, this this map. So I think what I'm going to do, see, because now I'm using layers, you see, because you've got to get with the time. Oh, hang on. The user interface of these things. And Michael, well, it's on the blue dot, so that's why Michael has to have his there. And there was someone else. Oh yeah, Surf Bacon. I think that's clear enough, isn't it? I'll have to be. All right, so where was I? So I was looking at my rule template, as one does, and hang on a minute. So for the rule has an expression for watches, an expression for actions, problem is that's wrong for the watches. As it needs to be a vector of well, this will become apparent in a minute. Let's just ignore that for now. And I have the rule type. So let's R set action index R type equals rule template type. So the end result is, I think I have set up, and then I push this rule onto the stack. Oh, we'll see if this works. Hal, run program. Oh, that's embarrassing, Hal, isn't it? Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Yeah. Hal, run program. That's better. So when I run the program this time, it assigned 1 to A, but on the beginning it should also have added the rule on change A B equals 2. So in theory that would have been done here. Hal, restart program. And that's where it is adding it. And I can check the rule before I push it. Yeah, I mean, more or less that looks correct. Now there's the debate. When I add the rule on change A B equal 2, I think I need to follow the flow here actually. Oh, because I didn't add the watch. Because in fact, this rule on change A B equal 2 means, this is my Phi programming language, by the way, the one that I'm attempting to completely revolutionize computer science with. I'm not mad. I've been tested. I haven't actually been tested. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not, that I haven't been tested. Why don't you decide? Is that a good thing or not? Never mind, Dino. Right, why am I talking to myself? I'm not talking to myself. Unless I have no audience. I think I do have an audience. I don't know. I don't look to see how many people are watching at any given time, which means that sometimes I am in fact talking to myself. Yes, damning evidence. Meanwhile, what is missing here is that I have a rule that has no actions. Because it has no actions, then of course it doesn't get triggered. So how run program. What I want to check is when we come into this, what does this have? Oh, look at that. That's very strange. It's got... Oh no, not strange at all. It's three... There's three actions. Well, actually, it's one action, which is an expression of three. Actions, multiple actions are handled by the comma operator. So in fact, it's one expression that it can be made up of a set of expressions, which are things which are done when there's a trigger. The trigger, or watch, I've only got one. And that is A. It's the variable A, when the variable A changes. So I think what I need to do here is add state get current watches pushback and I need to push my watches, but this is going to be a little different, I believe, because this will be a compile error, I'm pretty sure. HAL end program. HAL compile program. HAL compile program. What kind of state are you in here? I'm not sure it was still running. That was weird. HAL run program. Oh, it worked. Oh, alright. Well, let's see what happens then. We'll just follow it. So it comes like that, out it comes there, and so I evaluated the begin, which there was one, which added which was that variable. Then there was evaluate and add begin. So when things began, it added a rule. When I evaluate current watches, that rule should trigger because it's referring to something that was just changed. So we had one watch which was an identifier. It's in Y, and this is A. Now I don't... Oh, this looks like it's beginning to work. There was no watch, because I've only got 2 lines in this program. There was no watch active before it was added. And you can see that here. So the fact that it's executing a watch, that's actually good news. Oh, we were doing so well. Vector subscript out of range. Well, yeah, so I have to follow the stack trace in here. And the index. Get current, watch current. Get current watches. So this is the result of let's see where that gets set up. Watch current. It's in the state. It needs... Where does it get defined? What? That's a bit weird. Find all references. Okay. I really need to refactor this. Have I said that already? Come on here. This is when I add the watch. I also have to add a blank expression item onto the current and previous watch state list. So basically there's a list that has the current watch values, the current values of all things being watched, and the previous. And it's fine. Just I'm having to explicitly add this. So get current watch push back. What I need to do is it's ugly, but that's the thing. You create an ugliness that works, and then later you make it pretty and maintainable and all that. Hal, run program. Hal, run program. Hal, next error. Hal, next error. Hal, go to next error. Yeah, that's a bit go to next error. I'm just going to modify Hal here. We got Hal, go to. I don't need the go to. Hal, next error. Undeclared identifier. Actually, I think what I need to do. Hal, do paste. That was less than successful. Hal, do copy.
Copied.
Oh, this thing's not plugged in right now. Or not working. Hal, do paste. Hal, do paste. Hal, run program. Well, it's running. It did not figure out that it didn't crash, but it also didn't figure out that A had changed. So maybe that one's an SN10 level success, sort of. SN11, they're about to launch that. I can't. The tension is palpable when they do those SN launches. I'm just looking at what they're doing and I'm just going. It's like the thing just seems so fragile. I find it quite scary. It's so fragile. I mean, it's like when the SN10 landed and it was standing upright, but it hit the ground at 20 miles per hour, was it, or kilometers per hour? It's like it wasn't moving that fast, but it's a big heavy thing, so there's a lot of energy to absorb even at that speed. And but the thing that I found scary was that the upper part of the rocket was crumpled. You could see it. So there's just the shock wave of the thing going up. I mean, you know, when an airliner lands, I suppose they land very gently. The speed, vertical speed's quite low. That is true. But it just feels impossible. It's like, what they're not going to have any legs. They're going to try and catch the thing. They try to catch the thing in the air. I mean, how's that going to work? I'm actually a little bit scared that the leg problem is unsolvable. It's a big problem. Well, we shall see, won't we? It's amazing what they managed to get as far as they have. But anyway, I digress. When I was in here, evaluate, add, begin. Let's put a breakpoint here. How run program. And so, yeah, do boom, 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 boom. We added the rule. We evaluate the current watches. It saw, it found the identifier is not set. Why? Because of the rules of the language. So that's going to be interesting. A doesn't get set during the begin phase. A is set at the end of the begin. So the on change of A, increment or set B equal to 2, does not happen until after the first pass, after the beginning. And then at that point A doesn't change, and so this rule never gets triggered. So if I want to if I want to test, so my test case is actually behaving correct according to the language rules. So now I want to have one that actually triggers, test this trigger out. So when I begin, I set A equal to 1, and I also add the rule that when, let's say B changes, set C equal to 2. When B changes, set C equal to 2. Right. Then I can say on change of A, B equal 1. So the sequence, what this program is saying is that when the program begins, it should set A to 1. It should also add the rule that when B changes, set C equal to 2. And that is all that happens at the start of the program. After that, it looks and says A changed, because it was set up to change in the begin part. So because A changed, it sets B equal to 1. But now there is a rule that wasn't there at the start of the program, that when B changes, we should set C equal to 2. So what I expect to see happen here is there's assigned 1 to A, followed by assign 1 to B, followed by assign 2 to C. If that happens, then I've got my first dynamic in rule, a rule which can be added at runtime. And I've been waiting to get this to this point for a while. Hal, restart program. So it added the rule and it evaluate the current watches. And what it did was, because the evaluate begin is, it's first done, then it executed dependent rules, and it found, it correctly assigns 1 to B now, because that is the rule that any time A changes, set B equal to 1. So that's been done. And we then evaluate the next watches, which should include the one that was just added. And it doesn't. So it failed to trigger that. Now I think the reason why, that's an interesting point, because it looks like it didn't add it to the, we have to look at the list of rules. We'll try this again. And here we go. La 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 la. If we do get current rules push back, evaluate current watches. Let's just see what that does, because then we have to do get current watches, and here are the watches. Can I expand this, please? Really would like you to expand this, debugger. Can you expand this? That's really annoying. This is why I hate debuggers. It's like, it's so tedious. You're trying to actually just do your work, and look, no operator matches these operands. Why not? You've got a value for current context, don't you? Yes. It has that. It's got states as well. This is so annoying. We'll have to expand it ourselves. So I think the reason why debuggers are so buggy is because nobody's created a debugger. What is watches? The first watch is watching for a change of variable A. The second one is watching for a change of variable B. It's there in the thing. The rule is there. Look, on. It is correct. It's there. All right. So let's get out of evaluate current watches. We do swap, just reminder of, and then evaluate current watches. Okay, so it's the second time it does evaluate. Let's put a breakpoint there and try this. Blah, 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 blah. Evaluate rules. Evaluate current watches. Why do I do that reverse? I don't think I need that anymore. E is not set. I'm a bit confused as to how that works. Get the current watches. Auto reverse. I'm iterating through the expressions. See, X is an expression just looking for A. Why does it say the operator is not? Oh, because E hasn't been set yet. That's really weird. This must be a copy. Alright, I'll sort that out with the refactoring. Alright, so anyway, look, the Y, I've set the value of E in a bit of a weird way, but E has been set to the value of Y, and what Y is an expression item that is the variable A. And then it finished. Oh, right, it was because I need to be able to handle paths. Right, that was what that was doing. Right, then we have to, so this was not evaluating the watch, but getting the access to the watch. If E data equals null, right, this sets that to, because I didn't specify basically a context, it sets it to the global context, no, the current context. And this I is 0. We get the current watch, we get the store value, so what I'll do is I'll do that, and then the particular value here is an integer of value 1, because when we're looking at this, A was changed to value 1. It's this, or B was changed to value 1. It looks like there was a change, but the change didn't result in the execution of a rule. Hey Zag, how you doing? There is Zag. Typing to us all the way from Texas. How you doing? No sign of no sign of Garcia yet. He's usually here before everybody else. Yeah, it's been a little while. I've been busy with various things. Hey, you said something, Zag, the other day. You talked about cable management. Yeah, I took that to heart. Here. See that? Look at that. That's not bad. Look. Oh! Look at this. Aha! 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 That is about 1 billion times better than it was. It took quite a bit of work, that. But it's very strong. Good. The Humming remix. Oh, you like that? Zag is referring to my third single, Humming, which is available on Spotify and everywhere. You know those services that you do. This is the way it works. You're a musician, you make music, and so what you do is you want to put it on Spotify, and you go to places like CD Baby and Ditto and all these other leeches that suck away the lifeblood of musicians everywhere. And they advertise and say they'll put it onto all these services, and a great long list of them, and the only one that matters is Spotify. So what all this is about, I have absolutely no flipping idea, right? I think I have about 2 plays on Apple. Someone actually did buy it. I only want to sing the blues on Apple. Like, one person actually bought the single. It's like, I think I have to wait about a couple of lifetimes before I actually get that money that I could go and buy a pint of beer with. But yeah, that's it. So yeah, it's available everywhere. It's really irritating. But anyway, that's fine. I'm not going to go ranting about that. I can tell you that what you do is you go and take that ride, not because you think it's going to make any money at all, but because you want to play a game, which is I make music and I want people to hear my music. So that's it. And it's actually not what I want. It's what the music wants. Music. I'm minding my own business. A song comes along and says, "Hey Dino, I hear that you can make me real," and so then it's like, oh really? And so there's the inspiration, and then you go from there. And it's my job. It pays terribly. It's annoying. It can be a bit fun sometimes, but mostly it's just the only way to get through it is to treat it like a job that you get paid nothing for. And then eventually you've got the song, and that's what the song wants. I always say, what does the song want? Oh, this song wants a video. Okay, all right. This song wants a harpist. All right, we have to pay. So of course, I had to pay for a harpist because the song wants a harp. I have to pay for someone to play the harp, or pay Nick, for example. He plays the drums on the tracks, and not on Humming. because that one was really an experimental track that came out quite nice, that I did the drums on, like in layers. But Nick, he's a great drummer, and he did the drums on only Want to Sing the Blues and on God on the River, and he's great. But we're going to get another session, bring him in for another session, and I have to pay him, because that, and I'm happy that I pay him, because I know how difficult it is for musicians to get by. So then I feel good about the fact that I can. But you know what? In the end, it's the song. It's what the song wants. And then when the thing is finished, the song wants people to hear it. And so it says to me, Dino, you need to get it out on, you need to make a video. Can you spend several evenings making a video? And then can you when you've done that, can you put it out, CD baby, put it out there. And then when you've done that, because, it's like, can you advertise it as well? And it's really, these songs are so blooming demanding. And you just have to do it, right? Because it's your job, because you're a musician. If I'm not going to do it, then if I don't do it, then just like, why was I even here, And then, but it's like, tell you, music is a really bad boss. Tells you what to do all the time. Sometimes drives you absolutely crazy, and pays you nothing. In fact, you have to pay for the privilege of being berated by this really annoying boss. Music's great. So if you want to hear the fruits of my really terrible boss known as music, you can go and listen to Humming. There you are. I think it actually won't cost you anything if you're on Spotify already. You can go and listen to it for free. Yay! Oh dear. I'm good as well, Zag. Cable sleeve's fantastic. That one, that the black one that just pulls apart. Well, you can separate it and then it comes up and closes everything. It's great. I bought 2 big rolls of it off Amazon.com, and I've gone and used it everywhere. I am slowly getting my cables into shape, but that was like, oh my, crazy. You see here, but so there, that is my Ethernet hub on here, right? Because it's always a problem. Where do you put them? Where do you put these things? I mean, it's like, where do I put them? Do I put them here? Here? Where do I put them? It's like, what? So, and you can put them on the floor. I like to be able to see the LEDs. I mean, what's the point of having the LEDs if you can't see them? So there it is. But this means that the cable has to comes from down there, because the computer's under here, and then there's that cable that runs out over there, and then there's a monitor on top of there, and so there's cables running down there, and it's like, it's intricate. Even the cable for that camera, this camera is running down there, goes into PC. Jeez, but the thing is, and this is a switch box. But you know what? How this is secured? It's not. No, this is not a subwoofer. This is a Cakewalk Roland sort of. It's MA 150. I got 15D or 150. 15D, I think. That I got that from when I was in the Netherlands from a second-hand store. You know, they have a lot of those. They're very popular over there. They're basically how thieves get rid of their stuff. So these probably belong to someone, and was probably. I only say this because I had a bunch of stuff stolen. That's a story. While I was in the Netherlands, and I got almost all of it back. And I got almost all of it back because I did the sleuthing work. It didn't really help the thieves that they were selling them online. They were selling them. They had gone to the local store in the same town that the same shop that I bought this in, was the shop that I went to because they advertised a multi-track recorder that I had that was stolen, and they was trying to sell it, and it was a sufficiently unusual device. I said, they're trying to sell mine. So I went over there. And I'll tell you that story, but I got this from the same place, and they were broken. Didn't cost very much. It's more evidence that they were stolen because the speaker magnet had fallen off on the back, which means they're basically dropped, which is sort of tends to be what happens to this kind of stuff. But I fixed it amazingly. But I'm not using these right now. But this is for smaller speakers, lower quality speakers, to hear the track on a different speakers. Those are my normal monitor speakers there, you know. So anyway, no, but it's on a number of topics here. School books are expensive for those poor kids. Oh. Yeah, oh, that's true. Yeah. This was happening while I was a teacher, so I was wondering. But anyway, this here, so we can turn this around, maybe. There, right? So there it is, and I quite like that arrangement. So now my question for you is, what do you think that? How do you think that is attached to the speaker? How have I attached this to the speaker? There it is. Really good, because that's the thing, all right? It's all very well to try and be clever and stack it like that, but you don't want it falling off. So have a guess. And I'll tell you the story of how I had I went to that shop that I got that from. I bought that at a previous time, not the same time. So yeah, it was a multi-track, a 24-track hard disk recorder, right? A fairly big thing. So I go and I say, you know, I reckon that is mine. He looks at me and says, well, what do you mean? Have you got the serial number? I said, no, it's unfortunate, but I don't have the serial number because I didn't take the serial number down. And it was bought years ago in the UK. He said, oh, well, but look, can I try something? Because I looked at it and I said, it had the CDs, the disc drives were still in it. So I turned it on and I plugged it into a guitar amplifier and I pressed play, and out came all of me. Why not take all of me? Can't you see I'm no good without you? It was me. Can you imagine? I'm in this second-hand store. This thing and say, you know, that's me. So the police came and they took down the details and all the rest of it. And anyway, it led them, because even though it's quite interesting, even though these stores are a place that seem to be primarily their purpose in life is for thieves to be able to get rid of stuff, from what I could see, there are there are rules, you know, and I'm not talking about guidelines. I'm talking about rules, right? And the rule is that when you try to sell a second-hand piece of equipment to one of those sort of, they're like cash stores or cash whatever, you know, you go there and they buy and sell stuff, right? When you try and do that in the Netherlands, you have to provide identification. They're very strict about this. You have to provide identification. So the person who sold it, you know, to the store had provided identification. They went around to this person's house and they found almost all my other stuff. I still lost certain things, like I had a Mac Mini, which I never got back. Oh, I could tell you a story about that though, but I did have a conversation with the person who finally got it, and I did manage to track down the IP of the address of where it had ended up. And the police did go round, but since they couldn't read, they didn't take down the details of the... I'm being cruel, but what they did was they messed up one of the digits. Very conveniently, they messed up one of the digits of the serial number. All the other digits matched. One digit of the serial number didn't match. And they said, oh, well, you know, not one thing we can do about it. Even though I knew that that Mac was at that address. It's like, whoa. So anyway, look, but I digress with this story because the thing is that the identity... which I was never able to find out who it was, interestingly enough, because they do their best to protect criminals. You know, it's sort of like I wanted to know if it was anyone I knew potentially, or anyone associated with my work. As well, you might, because I was feeling a little bit vulnerable after this, but I couldn't get any information at all. But anyway. So they went around to his, and I got back a whole bunch of things. What things did I get back, you might wonder? What things? What things? Oh. This. My violin. This violin, I bought this in the Netherlands when I went to... I was going to do an assessment of some internships, so I had to go somewhere, and it looks really nice in this colour, doesn't it, actually, in this light. So there was you know, I had the opportunity to go to a music shop, and in the music shop they were selling some violins, and I saw this guy, and I just thought, oh, this is lovely, and so I bought it. So this is it only cost about €300, so it's not really worth anything much, but the bows tend to cost more than this. But I love this thing. It's over 100 years old. It's 1915 on the label inside, which says Hollandia. I'm just looking at right. It says Hollandia in the label in there, and it's carved all over. It's very unusual. There's no part. That's what makes this special to me. To me anyway, is there's no part of this that isn't carved except what. You know, you can't carve because then you wouldn't be able to play it. So this isn't carved, but the rest of it is carved, even down to the tuning pegs. Look at that. It's a beautiful little thing. Not worth very much, but it's a one of a kind. You know, lovely. Stolen by the same fractards. Stolen by the same people who stole the other stuff. I got this, but I'm very lucky to have this because I managed to track it down together with other musical instruments and stuff. I tracked down a lot of it. And there you go. Can you see that though? It's terrible. This thing. I love playing that. I'm not that good at it. But it goes on. It goes on. I have so many stories to tell about that whole escapade and how I found more stuff like my trumpet. My trumpet didn't come back in that batch. They didn't find that. I still tracked down my trumpet. I'll save that story for another day. Yeah. But that's the weird thing, is that although they take down the details, right? Why? Because they have to. The reality of it is that when thieves steal stuff, most of the time people have insured it. And there's really no one has the time to track down your stuff. They don't care. They assume that people are going to get insurance. And so maybe the insurance company would like to track it down, but it's not worth their time either. Imagine trying to track down. Maybe they do if it's really expensive, but it's like, and then even then the insurance never covers you for that much. So what happens is that, once the settlement is made with the insurance, the owners don't try to track down their original stuff anymore. They're just happy to get new, right? You get new stuff. Obviously, this doesn't work if you've got a flipping 100-year-old violin that you're attached to. Not that insurance wouldn't even pay for that anyway. They would usually with such things they will cover the original purchase price. So good luck on that. Like a shilling. I mean, it's just crazy. So what? They get away with it. So they go. Because you'd say, why would they go there and do this if they had to show their identity? They go there, they show their identity, and they know that pretty much nothing is going to happen because nobody's going to go tracking down their stuff. And it's really crazy. In fact, when you look at it, you find that, I don't know if it's the same in this country, but this was the case there. And I'm only telling you what my experience was with this. That if you go and look for help as a victim of crime, right, which is very traumatic. I basically had my little studio where my stuff was, and I never worked in there again after that. My cave, right? And the reason why you would see me when I was streaming, which was after, when I was streaming from that little bedroom, was in part because I just could not use that space anymore. It's very, these things. So what? So the thing is, I was looking for sort of help and assistance, as one does, and I found that if I had been a criminal, there was plenty of people out there ready, willing, and able to help me. All kinds of support for people who allegedly have committed some kind of crime. Now, I mean, I can understand that you need to have proper defence, especially, so some people are falsely accused of things. But what I found really interesting, it's very telling on modern society and where its values are, there's virtually no help at all for the victim. And that's really, really terrible. And there was the Mac Mini, which I tracked down. I spotted it being advertised. I remember I was speaking to some police person there, some senior policeman or whatever, because of course I was making a complete nuisance of myself, just by sort of going where people shouldn't go, saying, "Hey, look, this is my computer being advertised." And he basically said that the person was known to them. So there you go. Hey, all right, I'm just going to catch up with the chat. Insurance for the insecure, that's an old... Well, insurance is... It's an interesting thing. It's a boring topic. I don't want to go there right now. But yes, you might be right. I don't know. Alessandro, how you doing? All right, so we got before all of that thing. Alessandro. Over there in southern Italy. Hello. I've just put a little thing there. There we have some... Hang on, can't show favouritism. We can't have Alessandro's more sparkly than other people's. You know. Yeah. Alessandro. Man on a missing. Yeah. Mike. I mean, Garcia. There we go. We have that one as well. Excellent. It sort of reminds me of something, that whole story from the Terry Pratchett books. And, you know, Terry Pratchett, like Douglas Adams, I see both of them as being sort of connected in some way. They both would make ridiculous stories that always had a strand of truth within them. And one that Terry Pratchett made was concerning how the patrician, who was the leader of Ankh-Morpork, dealt with crime. So basically legalizing theft, but ensuring that you had to have a license and that there were strict quotas. By doing this, it meant that the situation was dealt with far more efficiently than if you just had, you know, tried to police, say, in the traditional way, you know. So basically you could be walking down the street and you could get mugged, and you know, the person would show that their card and say, I'm a licensed mugger, you should give me your money, and we'll follow the protocol, and you know, and I hope you won't find this mugging experience too unpleasant, you know, type of thing. And just, and then of course, the thing there was, if people actually did any crime without a license, that was treated very severely. So in the end, you can look at that scenario and go, it solves the problem. It's very efficiently solving the problem. It regulates and controls something that cannot be got rid of entirely, and the state takes a cut. And it just sort of somehow, that experience, I'm not making the connection. It's not a let's say an intellectually robust connection, but a connection I'd make nevertheless for some reason. Maybe you can see why. Alessandro. Oh, from Milan. So there's two Alessandros. Oh, is there?
Hello, Dino.
Oh no, there's two Alessandros. We have two Alessandros at the same time. Oh my word. Oh, Alessandro uno, Alessandro due. Oh, well, if just for the sake of my sanity, I'll do a green for both of you. I can't offer colours. Maybe I could offer people colours for a colour. I could offer a colour license, you know, like the colour TV license. You can have a colour one if you like, but it comes at a cost. You can choose your colour at a cost. Milan, somewhere about there, I think, isn't it? It's about here. So then we have a new Alessandro. Alessandro M. 40. You know, and there you go. Like, this is getting crowded. I didn't look at that yet. I didn't look at that. Oh, yeah, it might have been a troll. Anyway, look, that's enough. That's enough of the stories for now. It was great. Hey, what do you think about that? Here's Lenny. What did Lenny think about that story? Lenny? Oh, you scared me. I thought you died. He wasn't speaking. Are you feeling all right? Oh, you are. Okay. Would you like to hear another story? Oh, Jimmy. Shall I tell them where I got you? Would you like me to tell them where I got you, Lenny? Yeah. Okay. All right, Lenny. So Lenny, we have to go back to, I think, 2015 at, what was it? EGX? Resd? Something like that. Where we went to a show to show off Kick-Off Revival. And as we were leaving, I saw Lenny here for sale. I don't think he has a previous owner, and I don't think he was stolen. Were you stolen? Yeah. You sound happy. Are you happy that I ended up getting you? You're okay about it? All right. You know what? Playing this game with you is like playing Russian roulette. So I should really know when to call it quits, yeah? Let's go. All right. I'm going to pop you there. There we are. Try not to disturb the camera. Dear me. Yes. What was I thinking? I kind of... yes. Howl, play Zag theme. Howl, play Mike. Howl, play Garcia theme. Howl, play Garcia theme. Humour is all about timing. Anyway, what do you mean you used to have a... What are you talking about, Garcia? I don't understand. I really don't. All right, so we got some stories out of the way. We got some people on the map. We had a bit of Lenny, had some ranting. I think I need to get back to the cryptic comments from Garcia. We had everything. What about working on Phi? I'm trying to get back to this. So what was debunking in the middle? I was like, evaluate the current watches. Get the current watches. So they've been evaluated, and so now we go into execute the dependent rules, where we see which things changed. It's totally ridiculous. Okay, so the current context is null. So if I open up states, we'll have to see rules. So there is a change rule. So let's have a look at that change rule. I think this is the one, isn't it? Well, yes, they should have detected the change, but it didn't. So this, it's actually testing this new rule, but for some reason it doesn't fire off. Oh!
Hello, Dino.
Quiet, Hal. I have my hand raised. I'm going, oh, yes, I did. Right, Hal is it's attached. It's my favourite method of attaching stuff. You're going to laugh. You ready? Blue tack. Blue tack is amazing stuff. It can use it for anything. It just, I once had a big sort of in my room when I was working on Kickoff Revival, I had a 10-way lighting switch thing, which is basically just a box with 10 outlets and each one individually switched, right? It was kind of handy for just distributing power and being able to turn them off. So I used it as a kind of power distribution thing. And that was up on its end, attached to a bookshelf, a shelf, a unit, right? With blue tack. just put enough of it on air, and you don't really need that much. It will stick anything. That does not come off until you want it to come off. Blue tack, brilliant invention. You'd be surprised. I have actually there are many uses for blue tack. One of them is suppressing overbright blue LEDs. By the way, blue LEDs, almost invariably blue LEDs are too bright. I don't know if you've noticed. It's like the manufacturers at one point wanted to use blue LEDs because they were new and fancy, and but they just sort of drill into your eyes. These two speakers up here have blue LEDs in them. There's a blue LED in this camera. Well, I used to have 2 pieces of blue tack on the blue LEDs of these 2 speakers, because that's one of the uses of blue tack, is to cover an overbright LED. Works like a dream. You know, those with some LEDs you have to put a lot on. No, but the interesting thing is that, you know, these speakers are about 10 years old now, and the blue LEDs, they be fading. The blue LED on this camera, it's fading. They don't seem to last. You know, they burn out. So there's a little bit of trivia for you. Okay, big fan of classic Kickoff. If you had to buy a modern console, Kickoff Revival was a very good reason. Kickoff Revival is not the same as the original game. I had many people who wanted me to make Kickoff 2. I was thinking, what's the point? I already made Kickoff 2 and you can play it. In fact, you can play it. You want to play Kickoff 2 online? You can. You don't have to go running around trying to find it from any other source. You can come to my Discord, where Kickoff 2 is kept alive by a guy called Steve, who has hacked it to be able to play it online. So if you want, you can come to the Discord and you can play Kickoff Revival, not Kickoff Revival, the original Kickoff 2. So it's there. It's a funny old game, isn't it? But Kickoff Revival is not Kickoff 2. It's you know, the game that everybody would have loved if I hadn't made Kickoff 2 first. Maybe. I don't know. It's the game. I don't know what it is, but it was a game that I put a lot of work into. There are people who have said that they bought a PlayStation 4 just for my silly little €8 game, and they were happy with the purchase. So there you are. It was worth buying a PlayStation 4 for. So there you go. But all that's the past now. It's still for sale, I think. I don't even look at the sales figures, to be honest, because it's just depressing. At some point, no doubt, it'll be chopped by Sony because, well, that's traditionally what these companies do, isn't it? You can get it on Steam as well. Steam. Go to Steam. Oh, wonder what the status is of... Because there was this thing, the indie apocalypse, that, you know, certain people were saying wasn't really going to happen. Usually they're people who aren't independent game developers who were talking about what would happen with the indie apocalypse. Let's see. It's probably such an old story that they don't even talk about it anymore. You can tell that we've had the indie apocalypse when indie apocalypse the last time that you see it mentioned was 2 years ago. Post-apocalyptic indie games from 2015. I think that's different. That's it. Was the indie the later years? Yeah, I don't know. That's it. Indie game development. Yay. Oh, Kay, what did you retract? I'm curious now. I have to go and look at the rerun. Yes, lightweight objects. I tend to push the bounds of that. Thanks, Garcia. Oh, but you can get it on Steam. It's available for PC. Yeah, it's like, but Eurogamer hate me. They really do. They're the ones that, you know. You hear they're the ones who had a picture of ice cream in connection with me and said, "You hear Dino Dini, we hear Gino Ginelli." Come on. You don't believe me? This is no wonder. No wonder I'm so cynical. I've become so cynical. I'm post-cynical. I am so cynical that I'm now post-cynical. Let's see. Gino Ginelli, Dino Dini. Here we go. Look. This. The only time. Robert Purchase. She's senior staff writer. It'll be interesting to follow up and see how his career is going. But the only time there was petition for Dino Dini to use Kickstarter for new player manager game, this was back in 2012. And it wasn't me who'd set this up. It was a friend of mine who, on his own, decided to do it. It's in fact David Athay, and David sometimes comes here. He sometimes pops in, and so it's like back to Dino. So basically, look, there is a picture of a very early sort of experiment on this. So this is back in 2012. But as Kickoff creator gives up on unpaid game development, I decided to just not do game development back then without being paid for it, because it was just a flipping waste of time. So when I did Kickoff Revival, I was actually paid, because that was funded, and that's what that means, right? Funded. We could have said on unfunded game development. But this guy, I don't know. But look, this is the point. Is that fine? You can always, so if I had funding, it would be a different matter. I could hire people to build the game, but that's streaming at this point. And so in 2012, that certainly was. Lovely that there's such a focus on me saying I can't do it. So when I'm, but anyway, never mind. But this is the bit. This is the insult. This is the bit where it's just like, what are they doing? You say Dino Dini, but I hear Gino Ginelli. What the frack does that mean? What does it mean? You say Dino Dini, but I hear Gino Ginelli. So, So this Robert Purchase, senior staff writer. Wow, that's so classy. I mean, you know, you put other things in there, like, you know, some name that isn't Italian, and then we'll see how you know, on the racist-strometer how far we would get. You know, it's like, what? I was really annoyed about that. It's like everything else, okay, yeah, whatever. You know, it wasn't even anything to do with me. But, you know, it's like that. Am I overreacting? Let's you know, I don't know, but let's see. Robert, let's see, he's senior staff writer. But goes by the name Bertie. Eurogamer, Poland's at Draggers. He's part of the furniture here. A friendly chair and reports on all kinds of things. The stranger the better. Right. You know what? You hear Robert Purchase. I hear ka-ching. How's that? I'm just like, no, I don't, you know, I think my theory as to where it all went wrong probably has to do with that fake letter. Do you remember there was that guy who turned up on one of the streams and was claiming to work for Future Publishing and talked about how I'm sure he was just a troll trying to get under my skin, but he was talking about how something like, you know, they were using my photograph as a flipping dartboard or something along those lines. You remember, that was quite interesting. That's when I was working on Kickoff Revival and streaming it. It's a perverse, what a strange world we live in, you know. Do you think Unity would be a good framework for developing Android games, or do you suggest other frameworks for mobile game development? You know what, I really don't know. I mean, answer the question yourself. I've been and done it. It's like there's no right answer. Do what your guts tell you to do. I don't know. It's like, use Unity. I regretted using Unity, but I may well have regretted it if I hadn't used Unity. It just seems like whatever you do, you'll prepare yourself for regret, you know. It's like, just do what you feel and do it for the sake of the doing, not for the sake of the dunning. Just that's it. So I don't even, for me personally, I don't even like to think about making an indie game anymore. You're not going to get any sensible answer from me on that. Seriously, and it's just like someone said, I want to become a game programmer. I want to become a game designer. I want to become a game programmer. I think eventually I'll just have a blank look. You know, it's like, it's just, I don't know. What I think is so difficult is that anything you do is not going to last. I think that's the thing that hurts, is you do things, they will not last. We're so tied up with the technology of what we do. You know, Kickoff 2 and Player Manager, they sort of have stood the test of time in the sense that you can play them on emulators. Even there, that's not the same experience. But now, you make something, you know, will Kickoff Revival ever be on an emulator? You know, will computers get fast enough that these things could be emulated? I don't know. Will there be... how many games have been created that are just lost? People don't play, or they just now you can play them on emulators, but nobody owns them anymore. It's just like they just fly around, and people just even package them in things that they sell commercially without permission. That's happened to me. You know, and it just feels all like building sandcastles and pretending you're an architect. It doesn't feel... I mean, certainly in the indie space, and so I think I'm quite... I think that's probably one reason why I'm happy to not be in indie game development anymore, because I think you stand a chance of building something that lasts if you are, you know, out of that particular space. You want to keep it. How do you keep it alive? You know, I tried to keep it alive. I tried to bring it back, and what happened? It feels like a game that, you know, it's like one of those games that you have to sort of churn away at. Like EVE Online. That's what it feels like. Indie game development is just like EVE Online. Well, at least EVE Online of about 10 years ago, where I played it for, I think, 3 days. And I never went back to it. Because it only takes... At a certain point, you realise that what you're doing is you're grinding. That was the word I wanted. You're grinding away for this dream of creating something that might last. And then you lose it all when someone exploits, uses an exploit, and bang, there you go. Same thing happened to me in Ultima Online. I played the game happily for quite a bit until eventually I was assassinated through use of an exploit, and I lost my stuff, and I actually killed myself in the middle of town, and just, you know, knew that the moment I did it, everything that I got scattered, all the possessions would get scattered, and I knew that I would do that. And when I killed my character, I never played the game again. When I killed my character in the centre of town, I just watched as the mass of all the other people in the game, like ants, just devouring all the possessions and then dispersing. It was quite poetic. So for me, that whole thing, indie game development, is like it's like loot boxes. It's that game. It's like social media. It's like so many things. It's like you could get so wrapped up in those things and not have a life, you know. I should be working on Fi right now. It doesn't actually stress me that I'm not working on Fi because I don't care. I do and I don't. I don't care about the work. I do, but I don't. It's zen. It's like, let it be. Let it happen. Let things happen the way they should happen. Stop trying to force things. So go with your instincts. That's what I would say to anyone. And there are no rules. You can't go and say, well, what's strategically the best engine to use? It's rubbish. That's not the way to think about it. You're lost if you already start that way. Instead, wake up and go, it'd be really cool to look at this today. And you look at the thing that you feel that comes to mind, and don't judge it. Don't say, well, why did I think of that? Why am I thinking I should look at Unity today? Why am I thinking I should look at Unreal today? No, don't question it. Just let yourself explore the possibilities and see where it leads you. You know? That's a kind of a lesson for life, I think, and it's a very long... It's one that I've struggled to learn. God, I'm rambling. I don't care. You know, why should I care? It doesn't matter. It's Friday. It's the weekend. I put in a good week's work, and now I've got a weekend of just, hey, if I want to spend the morning or a day tidying up all my cables, actually I've been doing that the last few evenings. I've been tidying up my cables and putting the cable wrapper on. Fine. There was a time when I'd go, oh, but I could be doing something more important. I could be doing something whatever. It's all... none of it matters. I'm going to check. I need to check the chat now. No, I don't. I'll check the chat when I feel like it. Oh, right, I feel like it. Right. To be honest, I do not like Steam. It's killing the physical versions of games. For me, games should only be physical. I don't know. They're going to be physical. Why? Why stop clinging on to stuff? Stop trying to cling on to boxes. Cling on to things. There's nothing to cling on to anyway. You know. That's a thought. Yeah, and lives in Brighton as well. Oh, does he? Oh, that's interesting. Maybe I'll send him a message. Hi. I'll send him a message.
Dino.
Hello, Hal. I'll send him a message, invite him when the weather's better. I'll invite him out for an ice cream. What do you think? Huh? Oh, I know. Unreal Engine won the engine battle. I don't know if it did. Maybe. I don't know. I know that I got sick and tired of Unity in the end, and no real opportunity to improve. That's probably one of the things that's good about Unreal, is that you've got access to the source code if you want. You can actually contribute to it. You can't do that with Unity. Asset flips game. You can get that with Unreal as well. It's got nothing to do with the engine. It's got to do... That has to do with the Ponzi scheme of independent video game development. The reason why there are asset flippers is because you might just get lucky. And that's it. You could have gone to second-hand shop in Ultra Online. I could have done. Indeed. Excellent stream it when you get to the cheese. Fancy going for an ice cream? Cheesy ice cream. I see. All right. Anyway, look. Isn't a cheese ice cream basically cheesecake? Oh man. Stop asking me questions about kick. It makes me miserable. I want to think about kickoff. It's like the tale of the ancient mariner with the albatross around his neck. Do you believe next big thing? Can I just stop it? Stop it, you're killing me. The next big thing is going to be... Everybody's looking for the big thing. Do you know what the next big thing is? Do your fracking job well. That's the next big thing. To do the job well. To take pride in our work. I'm sick and tired of that. You know, it's just so many... So many times I want to try and do something. I get a new piece of software, or just, I know, wrestling with a user interface on some, like for example on this map, you know, the user interface of GIMP here, you know, I mean, and my tolerance for shoddy work, I think it's natural. As I get older, I can't. Shoddy work, it just bugs the hell out of me. That's one reason why with Unity, all its little annoying glitches and the crashes and the things that you have to dance around in order to actually get work done, they get more and more irritating, to the point where I'm saying, can people start taking pride in their work, please? And I'm not aiming this really in any particular direction. It's just we're living in a world where things, it's make it quick, make it fast, fire it out there. Don't, you know, it's the symptoms of not taking pride in your work. I don't understand how I can have a Logitech webcam that's glitchy. It's like the difficulty of finding a good quality network attached storage. I've got a new one I'm trying out now. That was a bit of a struggle, but yeah, actually, I needed to do a firmware update. I mean, come on. Now the firmware update, it seems pretty good, but I mean, it was a disaster. I almost sent back the hard drives I got. I'm going, what is the... Come on. This thing, I just bought it. You shipped it in a state where it doesn't actually work. How? How can this...
Hello, Dino.
Exactly. How can this be allowed to happen? Shoddy work everywhere. And that's really, really annoying. So where am I going with this? I don't know, because I'm just sort of this stream of consciousness mode. We're in stream of consciousness stream, you know. It's like the next big thing is VR. I mean, I have done VR game development. There are a lot of things I like about it. I think it has a lot of potential, and I'm absolutely sure that shoddy workmanship and people not taking pride, too many people, I know there are always ones that do, but too many people not taking pride in their work will kill VR. You know, like it killed everything else. Like it killed low latency computing. Like it killed the word processor. Because there's no way you can tell me that Microsoft Word is something that, you know, anyone could be proud of. It's horrific. You know, just like it killed music. Are people proud of music that sounds just the same as every other one? They're proud when it's a hit. They're proud when they get the money, when they get the moolah. They're proud. They're only proud of the bottom line. This is it. This is the disease of the modern world. Only proud of the bottom line. Don't care how you get there. You know? So VR, brilliant. Has such huge potential, just like video games had huge potential. And we never really got to scratch much below the surface of video games. Not really. And we probably will never get to scratch much below the surface of VR either. Just because that's the way it always seems to go. You know? It just does. So... there we are. Don't ask me these questions. Do you think of the next great technology? I've seen it all. You remember Wii balance boards? There's always someone on. There's always a post on LinkedIn where somebody's going, "Oh, this is going to change the way we. This is going to revolutionise the way we learn." Do you know what would be revolutionary? Is to sit down and just spend an hour reading a damn book. That would be revolutionary at this point. Because we're distracting ourselves to death. It's like, sit down, study. I'm sorry. Is it? Should we check? You know, so what things? What should we have? It's like it's never ending. It's all right. I'm just letting off steam after a long day, a long week. It's actually nothing to do with my work, by the way, which I really enjoy. It's got to do with the fallout of 55 years of living on this insane planet. Let's just have a look. I wonder, have we got on the stream here? Engage new customers in the world's largest professional network. Build a campaign in just 5 steps. Oh, right. So there's a campaign. Right? This is LinkedIn advertising LinkedIn. Yeah, that seems like a great way to waste money. Computer vision in action. This ingenious system understands the cube's current state and offers a hint on what the next move should be. Wow. So this is amazing. This is going to change the way we solve Rubik's cubes. Isn't that amazing? The funny thing is that if you do that, you'll learn absolutely nothing about solving Rubik's cubes. In fact, all you're doing is training yourself to be a robot. I mean, what's the point of that? It's also why not? You can just sort of put it in a machine. There are machines that will solve them for you. Oh, Ernest Adams is still okay. Is still around because I keep getting email from Ernest Adams that is clearly spammy, hacked email. At least I think so. I was wondering about him the other day. I was saying, is how he's doing. What's this? Okay. Game breaking. Right. Okay. So we got this. Looking for. Hi guys. I'm just looking for those posts that do. Well, fortunately, it seems like the algorithm's doing a fantastic job of weeding them out. So, okay, good. AI has hope yet. It's weeding out all the ones that do that. Changing the way we, drink. Changing the way we look at webcams. I don't know. Anyway. It was the education ones that really get me. You get some kind of gizmo. It's like, oh, look at this technology. You wave your hand and make shapes in the air. This is the way that we're going to revolutionize learning. It's like it's a lie. It's not going to revolutionize learning. So, just to get back to the books, Anyway, look, that's enough. I better stop there before I annoy someone. Oh, I'm trying to debug the execute dependent rules. And was there ever a change? Let's have a look. It doesn't think it ever changed, and that's because let's have a look at the state of Watch current and watch previous. That's an integer of value 1. Also an integer of value 1. And that was in the current. Current context, current state. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. So we've got this and here, and so the watch current and watch previous. So if we look at the previous 1 and 0, so look, there is a difference. The previous was 1 and 0. The current is 1 and 1. And the previous is 1 and 0. It should have fired a rule. So I have a bug of some kind that for some reason it compared the current from previous states and didn't see that there was a change. It's very puzzling. So there's one change. That's it. One change. So very odd. Everything's changed is true for the first one. We come on to here. It comes back into execute dependent rules. In the watch indices, well, there's a begin rule. Add begin rule, and then we've got a change rule. X is the rule. The watch indices only has 1. It's not in the. So okay, so I have figured out there that it's not in the watch indices, so it didn't get properly added. So I need to figure out why that did not get properly added. Why did it not get properly added? So the rule has a set of watch indices. The rule was copied, that is done here. Get current watches. Let's look at the definition. Right. So I add the watch to the list of watches. But where do I set the index? I think I'm missing a call, which was this add watch. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I found it. So all the ranting only slows me down a little bit, because you see that I'm focused on what I'm doing and finding the issue fairly fast. Probably if I would been, I don't know, I'm fooling myself. It doesn't matter, Dino. It doesn't matter. You're not getting paid to do this, are you? Take your time, enjoy it. Get current one. Get current watches. Watch index, action index. Right, so that's the problem. I wasn't actually adding the watch index, because I have all of these things are in a pool, and then I use an indexing thing for them. AI. Let's try that. Switch statement contains default, but no. All right, I have got a problem with braces, I think. Yes. I must have a why is that matching with that one? There's a for loop. Oh no, that's correct. So oh, jeez, I got myself confused. I was looking at this. Why the warn? I'm not interested in the warnings. Get rid of the warnings. That warning's always appearing. I should really fix that warning. You know what? I'll fix the warning. Has default, but no. Okay, force me to do this then, just to keep you happy. Well, I should get rid of the warning. So the problem was there's undeclared identifier, which was current rule, which actually is just R in this case. I remember when I was teaching, I was trying to get students to not use their laptops. And they get annoyed at me because I tell them to close the laptop and pay attention. It's like split your attention between two things. You know? And Research has shown that if you use traditional, let's say more physical means of interacting with the information, you remember it better. I've got a feeling it's a lot to do with, education, basically. I think a lot about music and how people learn musical instruments, and people are intimidated by learning musical instruments. Something I really only understood in my 50s, like this year in fact, was about learning to play the flute. I started learning the flute during the lockdown. What did I learn? I learned the following: that you don't need to go and ask questions about how you position your mouth. If you go and try play the flute, to get a sound out, it's really difficult at first, because you have to try and put your mouth in the right place, and it's just frustrating. And then you kind of want to know the answer. Well, how do I do it? And so then you go look it up, and maybe you go and look at videos on YouTube about what the embouchure is, right? Well, now I've got it. I know how to, but it's not an intellectual knowing. You just do it in the same way as we know how to walk, or we know how to talk, or we know how to breathe, or we know how to eat. It becomes natural. And then we have a very good, incredible ability to move our muscles at incredible precisions. They cannot make a machine. There exists no technology that has the flexibility of the mouth for the precision positioning that's required to get a good tone out of a flute. Yeah, sure, you can make a thing that's not flexible, and you make it the right shape and you stamp it out, and there we are. And that's the way penny whistles work. They're constructed that way. But I'm talking about something that's actually flexible and that degree of precision. Same thing goes with learning to play the violin. It's like, that's the question, isn't it? That on the violin, it's difficult because there are no frets. People are intimidated because there are no frets. Do you want to know that you don't need them? What you need is to keep at it. And what you need to do is to trust yourself and to trust your body. And then what they do in education is they knock that out of children. So that they make, and this is what happened. I went through education. Is what happened, because I compare the way that music was taught in school to the way I've taught myself. And what you do is you have a go, and you don't get frustrated. Do not let yourself get frustrated. If the sound isn't coming out, it doesn't matter. Keep trying. You want to get a good tone, all you need to do is listen to what you are doing. Listen, pay attention, that's it. Pay attention to what you are doing. You pay attention to what you are doing and trust that you will just figure it out. You don't figure it out by being intellectual about it. You figure it out by trying. And so learning a musical instrument from scratch again, I suppose I learned to play the trumpet. It was the same there, but I suppose I forget the lesson. We're so rammed into us that learning is like an activity that's sort of like medicine. It's like it's good for us, right? And it's like you it's only valid if it has a validated process. It's like we can't just trust ourselves. there's such a with playing musical instruments. There's such a fuss over the posture and positioning. It's like, well, you want to learn to play the violin. Oh, make sure you hold the bow correctly. Make sure you have your violin correct. Make sure you do this. Think about this. When you're bowing, think about that. It's like, can you imagine if we taught, if children when they were born, all this fuss was placed on walking in the same way? Oh, be careful where you place your feet. You don't want to go heel first. You want to go toe first. Or maybe you don't want to go heel first or toe first. You want to sort of be flat and sort of don't tense up. Be relaxed, but don't fall over. Or the end result would be that human beings would not be able to walk very well. And it turns out that we all seem to manage pretty much to figure out how to walk, and we actually teach ourselves, and we learn. And we learn. Well, learning a musical instrument's the same thing. You just keep at it. So what I found was that at first it was very difficult, especially to get the lower notes. The higher notes came first, and the lower notes, tricky, difficult to get a tone, to get the breath right, and all the rest of it. But I play a little bit every day. Just have a go a little bit every day. And the next day, it'd be a little bit easier. And the day after that, a little bit easier again. And then whereas at the beginning, you're there and you're going, that doesn't sound very good. You're experimenting. Eventually, you just go, and there it is. Every time, you just go and you play the note. The note comes out. Just like you know how to open and close your hand, or you know how to speak. No hang-up. It's the hang-ups that kill us. Why do we do this? So I think one of the things that's going to be good about, a good thing that will come out of the lockdown, and I think a lot of people will have learned this with that bit of extra time, more guitar playing, more playing of instruments in general. I just hope that there are more people who are figuring out that you don't actually need to be taught how to play a musical instrument. You just need to have a go, and it will gradually come to you. Trust yourself. This comes back to what I've said a bit earlier on when the question was asked about unity or whatever. What's a good way of starting out? Those types of questions. And it's like, just don't worry about that. Just have a go. That's all you need to do, is have a go and keep on having a go. Keep at it. Don't stop. Unless you really feel that you need to. But just keep doing it. Not because, don't force yourself. Don't do it because you feel that somehow you're going to let yourself down. No, that doesn't work. You just do it. Pick it up. Have a go. Until you feel you should stop. You will know, because you won't feel like playing anymore. Have we got that far out of touch with our own feelings that we don't even know when we've had enough of something? I think this is a good way to live when you can. I mean, when you're many things that we do in life where we have responsibilities, we have a job, and we have to do things we can't. But flipping heck, we can certainly do it in our own time, right? Go with your own flow, Well, but internet, mobile devices are the drug of the 21st century. You can say that, but there has always been a drug. If it wasn't, the internet, mobile devices, and before that it was the television, and before that it was the newspaper. You know, there's always something. It's got really nothing to do with any of that. What it's got to do with is the ability to trust yourself. All the insecurities that we have, and the insecurities people feel, you know, imposter syndrome, or people with big egos overestimate their abilities. It's all the same thing. It's like not actually, it's living your life in your, that's very tiny compartment known as your conscious mind, instead of trusting that when you choose to do this action, it was the right moment because you did it. It's like I say sometimes about streaming of consciousness. I'm not planning what I'm saying. Where does it come from? It's probably one of the best things I ever did was starting to stream, because it helped me sort of relax into being myself and trusting, you know, so that things come out because they want to, from, you know, why. I'm not writing out what I'm saying before I say it. I said this I think a week or so ago, is the doing and the choosing to do are one and the same, right? Choosing and choosing. It's not like, oh, I'm thinking, the next thing I'm going to talk about is rabbits. You know, I say, why rabbits? I needed something random, and rabbits came out. Well, random and rabbits start with RA. I suppose that's why. I don't know. It's not planned. It's okay. And what happens is, though, that we are taught to be very careful in the way that we behave, because we're worried about what other people think. But that's no way to live. You know, that's living with hang-ups. We don't know how we. I mean, it's something that Alan Watts was something. We don't know how. I mean, how do you do this? Open and close your hand, right? You can do that. Now, if I ask you, how do you do that? You can't answer that question. Does that trouble you? Everything else you've got locked down, pinned down, analysed, weighed up, assessed. Lots of things that we do, we tend to. How do you do that? You just do it. You will it, it happens. Well, you can live your life that way as well. It's tricky. It's not easy. This is why this is actually probably the heart of what Zen training is about, and it can take people 30 years. It can take people an entire lifetime just to get to the point where they can trust themselves. So my point with all of that story is that this has been an issue going back a long, long way. You said you're living more in the 20. Well, we are in the 21st century. Actually, we're already in the 21st. Did you mean 22nd century? I don't know. But when thinking about, you know, the addiction, the modern addiction, and I was saying the ones that came before that, just bear in mind that the issue about people having hang-ups is so old. We're talking thousands of years old. It predates everything, thousands of years before Christ. Because the whole of Zen which has existed way before the modern calendar. The whole purpose of it was to get rid of hang-ups. So do you think we've got hang-ups? Yeah, but we think we're special. We think our hang-ups are worse in some way, or we're more messed up in some way. I don't know about that, because this problem has been going on for thousands of years, the hang-up. And the evidence of that is that they actually had huge organized efforts, Zen Buddhism, to try and deal with it thousands of years ago. It's nothing new. I find that actually quite interesting and quite strange. It's not a new thing at all. Flipping heck. Anyway, so the problem I had was that I think I just fixed it, did I? Add watch? I don't know. I think I did, and I started talking about stuff. Let's see. If I go out of there, and there, down to there, and then back to here and into here. And the question is, when I get to here, how big is the watch indices? Oh, that's really annoying, because I've still only got one watch. The size of watch indices. This is for a rule. It's a rule. The rule is there's one rule. I can't remember if that was 1 or 0 last time. That the danger of too much ranting. No, that did not change. Let's just try running through it. Around this to this to this. Yeah, this still doesn't work. So I'm a bit confused there. What happened? Evaluate current watches. We went through and found that right. So let's try this again. So it did find a rule. the operator it's got is not null, it's an integer. Yeah, so it does actually get here, but it sees that the current and previous are the same, which is confusing me. So the second time it arrives at this breakpoint, I need to look at state, get current watch. Get current state. What's the? It's 0. So the index is wrong. Let's check, because they're two different watches, and so the first should be, the first time it comes here, it should have a different index to the second time. So when I'm here, the first time it's 0. When I arrive the second time, it's 0. But that's the third time. Alright, third time also 0. The fourth time 0. In fact, it's because it's carrying on. It's always 0. So the rule should be getting checked every frame, but it's always 0, which means that the watch index was not set. That would, so I made a evaluate, sorry, where was that? Oh, that's a good question. I haven't read a book in a long time. I tell you what, one of the issues that I have is that a weird thing happened. A weird thing happened, which is that Karina would read books. She reads more than I do, and she would just give me a very brief synopsis, and I'd fill in all the gaps. So it became a bit of a running joke, is that I would buy a book for her to read. I would buy a book and not get around to reading it, and then she would read it, but then it would be as if I'd read it, because I would. Yeah. Well, thank you. Caught me out there, because really I should read. I should make some time for reading. What would I read? Maybe I should read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency. Maybe I should reread Terry Pratchett's Thief of Time. I really recommend that. Thief of Time. Brilliant concept. Or Going Postal. I used to read all the Pratchett's books until I got to Unseen Academicals, I think it was towards the end of his... I couldn't really get into that. Not all of his books were that great. Pyramids, I seem to remember as not being really that good. Small Gods. Oh, that's a gem. Small Gods. Definitely, I need to read Pratchett again. That would... Pratchett's good for you. So's Douglas Adams. Not really. I don't read tech or programming books. I think I might eventually again, but I need to get my head into the right space for that. The reason reading a tech book is stressful because of years and years of institutionalized education. When you have to read a book in order to pass an exam, all the pleasure of reading is taken away. Similarly with learning, you can argue, when you have to learn in order to pass an exam, the pleasure of learning is lost. Quite sad. I have got the Art of Programming by Donald Knuth. Knuth, how you pronounce his name. Volume set thing. Really annoying thing about it is that the print is not black, it's grey. And so it's actually makes it harder to read than it should be. It's a silly thing, but it's grey. Why did they do that? I don't know. Anyway, it's only an interesting book because he starts off setting the rules of the book. The book itself has a kind of programming language, in a way. Has a language for conveying the language of programming. Anyway, evaluate, add, begin. I need to check add watch. So when I call add watch on a rule, it adds the index. All right, well, let's check the integrity of this when it was set up. That's probably the right thing to do. There we go, and I'm adding the watch index 01 for this rule. So when I'm looking at this rule, what do I see? I see it has an action index of 2 and the watch indices there is one watch index, and that watch index is 1. particular type. It's an R type of a begin. What? 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 It's not a begin. Who said it's a begin? All right, well, I don't... Evaluate, add, begin. That's wrong. It's not a begin rule. It's a change rule. Whoa, I have to think about that. In fact, I need a break. So let me do something, because I need to figure something out here. First of all, I need to be meaning to fix this. If I switch this to video view, you can't hear me anymore. That's annoying. So what I'm going to do is make two. What I'm going to do is make two video views. One video view where I can be heard and one where I can't. How's that? So what I need to do, just bear with me a moment. Something called main mic. Hello, you should be able to hear me now. Doobie doo doo doo, doobie doo doo doo, new window. Doobie doobie doo doo, doobie doo. What's happening? 1,000 people watching. Is this? No! Stop it! No launch today. Well, that's what we wanted to know. It's always good to know there's a launch. And next we're going to go to my channel, and I think its last release was humming, so let's have a good old look at that. Oh, only 23 views since it was released. Well, we may be humming, but that's a bit bumming.
When things don't work out, there ain't no need to shout. Just keep on humming, humming. When you're feeling small, hear the universe is cold. When there's trouble coming, just keep on humming. We're humming. We're humming. We're humming.
Humming. See? No advertising. That's what you get. Nobody hearing the music.
Let me show you how to create an amazing ad using stock footage. Go to artgrid.io.
Let's do that. Let's have a look at how we could do it. I would do that right now. Let's do it right. Yeah, right now. Let's show you how we can. Yeah, we'll show you. We'll show you how. How we can. Yes. At least, Mr. 29,384.7% isn't popping up in my thing anymore. Do you remember him? I do get one sometimes that says, have you ever wanted to be able to play musical instruments without having to read any music? Just play it by ear. Have you ever wanted to do that? It's like, yeah, well, why do these adverts always make me cringe? Why? When is lottery drop? I don't know yet. We've got we found someone who's very good at mastering. This might delay the next release a little bit because probably want to try him out. I will let you know. So the problem I have here is that the type is begin, but it shouldn't be that. That's what is the type of the template is begin, which means that the problem goes back to when the thing was created. TBA. Yes, there's no. It's not like I'm on a tight schedule or anything. You know, those 24 people who might listen to it, you know, are going to be impatient. Actually, God and the River didn't do too badly. No advertising on God and the River. I saw how many viewers. Hello, 4 people viewing. That's actually doing pretty well for me. I try not to look at the viewing figures. At God and the Rivers had 225 views in 2 weeks. So Humming is a bit. It's because it has the word remix on it, you see. And because it has the word remix, people think it's nothing new. Well, that's easy enough to fix, isn't it? I'm just going to fix it. It's like edit video. It's like Humming. Get rid of the word remix.
Remix? You mean it's old? You mean it's recycled?
I was wondering why I was in the dark, and it was this map. It's sort of like, I'm going to put the map away now for the minute. Right, so where were we? Evaluate the current watches. Right, no. When I was constructing the rule template, that's where the bug is. Add rule template. Add on begin. It says the type of the current rule template. That's incorrect because I'm setting the type of the added rule to begin, but the rule template itself is not a big, it's an on change, so it needs to come from the parsing of the rule. You know what, I'm going to have to put a breakpoint there and just check what happens in the parsing. So I'm going to visit children. Oh, look at this. Object-orientated programming. I can't handle that. It's just try to trace that. It's crazy. Stew 1985. Hello, how you doing? Which part of the world are you from, Stew? Would you be terribly upset if I asked you how do you stew? Hey, what's cooking? Sorry. I've taken so much grief of my name over the years. I suppose I should be better behaved than that. Oh, right. Well, maybe I should go and put an advert on my old channels and then they'll take it down. So, hi, come here. Hey, Stu. Welcome back from the East Midlands. Okay, and what was your handle or whatever when you were on Twitch? East Midlands. I'm gonna have to sort of. It's getting a bit crowded in the East Midlands, which I find surprising. Oh, yeah, I remember now. Ah, how you doing? Good to see you. Stew 9885. 95. No, 40. The kickoff revival streams, yeah, that was a long time ago. Hey, look, you're there, and then we can sort of merge that down, and then I'll probably put. Oh, look at that. It's terrible. I'm terrible at this. That's all gone wrong. Never mind. Let's just put a little thing there for you. Definitely a little nexus point, an important point, is the East Midlands. There's a great concentration of people in Meastilians. You know what? That's more West Midlands. I keep by East and West. But I'll have to do. Well, there's an easy way around this problem. I realise, because that's the West Midlands. Jeez, Dino, you really need to get your act together. There. We just plumb like that. Right. Anyway, I need to see what happens when I visit the children. Never eat shredded wheat. Why? What? Oh, look at that. It gets very quiet when I remove that. very dark, not quiet. I suppose I'll have to adjust, because I'll have to turn on that thing again, won't I? You know, on the, where's the main camera? There it is. We have to go configure video, and then wait for it to open, and then advanced settings, and we need to turn on right light. Well, it's doing a better job. I think it was the bright. It was when I bring out the map, right? As soon as I bring out the map. Northeast, south, west. Well, northeast, south, west is right where you're standing, right? I mean, I'm not an expert on navigation, but north, south, east, west is right where you're standing. So where would it go from here after viz on begin? Add watch expression. I need to check the language specification. Never eat soggy. So these are rules of thumb, are they? For a happy life. Never eat shredded wheat. North, south, northeast, southwest. It'll never move anywhere. And never eat soggy Weetabix. That's it. It's all stories about Brexit. Breakfast. We're apparently not in Europe anymore. So we can, yeah. That's kind of can make things interesting. Where my entire extended family live in Italy. Anyway, on add-on change. I need to get an Italian passport. What, you had an Italian passport for many years? There is an add-on change. So I think I have a problem with my language specification.
You're a Spaniard? Aye, well that's why you have the surname Garcia.
Now, we understand. Float us down south. Add-on change. So I think the problem we have add-on. I need to look at the language spec. I've got a bug in the language specification. We can have an add rule. So add-on begin is begin, and then on rule for add. Visit on change. Oh. So have add on begin and add on change. I need to add a add on begin. This is confusing because I've got two. It's this chain of two on rules. No, I'm working on a programming language called Phi. There's a channel for it. There's a trailer for it. Hang on. I made a trailer. I made this trailer for the Phi programming language. And where is it? Phi programming language. Ooh, what are these? So go to my channel.
Originally, compute.
So here we go. 44 views in 3 months. Whoa! I've gone viral.
Originally, computers were conceived as calculating machines. Given a set of data and instructions, it would perform the calculation and terminate. However, the reality is that these days almost all computer programs are designed to run continuously, something that they were never originally conceived to do. I believe this to be the root cause of the issues that we face in computer science and software engineering to this day. The Phi programming language is an attempt to solve this problem by removing the issue of time. It is not a Turing machine, but you could build a Turing machine out of it. It is not a functional programming language because it embraces state. It is not an imperative programming language because you do not specify an ordered sequence of instructions. You can follow development and research into the Phi programming language here in my Phi updates.
So there you go. I was doing that. That is an actual TV segment from the Rand Corporation on American television, where they were showing off their computer that was being used to predict the weather, right? And I had a lot of fun matching the voice to the video. I actually recorded the voice first, and then I edited the clip to try and make it fit for the lip syncing. It was uncanny how close I managed to get it to work. But that was a lot of fun. I enjoyed making that trailer. So yes, it's neither. I mean, this is a bit of Phi here. This is a test program I'm writing right now. On begin, a equals 1. And then when I'm trying to do a thing that's quite difficult. It's been at this for a little bit of a while to try and get this done. I'll be honest, it's not really particularly fun thing to try and implement. And so it tends to go slowly. I'm nearly there. I mean, it's just got this bug, and then I think it should actually work. But what this is doing is basically saying on begin a equals 1, then that's something that's done when the program starts. And when the program starts, it does on begin, it will add on change b c equal 2, which means that when b changes, set c equal to 2. This rule, right, on change b c equals 2 is added to the rule set at the beginning. And it's that ability to add rules or self-modifying code. I need it for sort of being able to create a kind of almost object-like thing. That's what I'm working on right now, is making that work. I'm nearly there. On change of a, set b equal to 1. That's a test program. So here, that line here says on change of frame count, where the frame count goes up every frame, change the coordinates of the cube. And I've had actually got this working so the cube would animate. What I'm trying, I have a function here, make cube. This uses indirect referencing of things, and that actually also works. But in order to make it so that I could have many cubes and hook in that when their variables change, it calls the update position function to update their position on the viewer, that is that I need it for that, because otherwise I can't add, when I add a new cube, a new object, I need to also add the rules that are associated with the object. So the way this is going to work is that the rule on beginning of the function make cube, add the rule that when the coordinates of the cube changes, call this function. So basically the way that Phi works is these are just commented out here, but the way that Phi works is it doesn't have a program counter, it doesn't have any control flow. It is unlike any other programming language, is my claim, so far unchallenged, so I'm getting bolder at saying it. Nobody yet has come about and said, well, this is just the same as this language. Pretty much all the languages that we have fall into two camps. One of them is that they don't have a program counter because they're purely functional. So just in the same way as a mathematics paper doesn't have a program counter, it has a series of steps in the proof. but that's not the same thing. All of the statements in the proof are all true at the same time. One is not true before another. There is no state. This is functional. If I go and say, give me the square root of 9, the answer is 3, that's a function that calculates the square root of a value will always return 3 if you give it 9. And there's no state. It doesn't memorize anything or whatever. So functional programming languages also do not have a program counter. They also do not have control flow. And the problem, though, is they have no state at all until they hack the functional programming language and throw in things like monads in an effort to make them useful. And all other programming languages, pretty much, SQL is kind of interesting, but pretty much all other commonly used programming languages thought of as programming languages. SQL isn't normally thought of as a programming language, it's thought of as a database language. So pretty much all the other programming languages all stick to the same kind of architecture that we've had since the beginning of computing, which involve a series of instructions executed in a particular order. Therefore there is a program counter to specify which instruction you're at, and there's control flows such as if statements or loops, for loops, while loops. They have the advantage they handle state quite well, has the disadvantage that there's actually a lot that can break in imperative programming where you have to specify the steps. You are specifying not the intention, but you're micromanaging in a way as a programmer. You're having to actually specify always the sequence of steps to get the result that you want. So Phi is different because it actually embraces state in a way that functional programming languages don't naturally do, but it also doesn't have a program counter and it has no control flow. And the way that works is that it all is based on change. So here on begin A is equal to square root of 9. So okay, what that means that when the program starts we set A to the square root of 9, but when A changes we print A. So these are rules that define what happens when there's a change. Basically any time the value of A changes we print it, and any time the program begins we set A to the square root of 9. The result will be to print 3. This is a user function. This actually does run, and there's a demo on the Phi programming language channel of exactly this. This is a square root function created as an exercise using Newton's method, and it calculates a square root and returns the value. And again, it does this without any control flow and without any program counter. At the beginning of the function, it sets g to the value of v divided by 2. It's a very poor initial estimate, but that's what it does in this example. So we divide v by 2 and set that to the g, put that in g. Okay, that's fine. And there isn't anything else we do at the beginning. But once that's done, it notices that g has changed. Well, there's a rule that when g changes, we should set g to an iteration of Newton's method. When you do that, it's changed g. So this is a rule that triggers upon itself. And in that way, this continues executing, keeps changing. Eventually, it doesn't change anymore. When it doesn't change anymore, it has found the square root. I do know that there's a potential, this does rely on eventually it never changing, but I do believe that this particular Newton's method will never have a kind of a case where it will sit there oscillating. If it did, then it would never terminate. Well, terminate, never, it would, yeah, it would keep on changing forever, right? Because the rule is that when the state of this particular function, which involves this variable v, this g. G is the only state that changes during the execute of this function. When there's no further change in the state, there can never be a future change in the state, and then there isn't anything more to do. So what happens is that it just stops. There's a special rule here which says that on finish we return the value g. So this is a way of saying when we're done we return the value g, right? End function. This function does the equivalent of a loop in a traditional imperative programming language. However, it doesn't actually have a program counter. I believe that we can program anything we like in it. That is, we could say it's Turing complete, but I would argue that Turing completeness is a bit misleading here, because I think it's more a case that it represents a superset of the Turing machine. You can make a Turing machine out of phi, right? You can make a phi in a Turing machine. I mean, that's what I'm doing, right? You know, if we say that a traditional computer is representation of a Turing machine, but I would argue that the natural way of representing a Turing machine would be in phi, because you can, in fact, actually something that I realized after doing this a bit, I was looking at FPGAs, and this is actually closer to electronics in a way, where the transitions of a voltage level trigger an event. Now, a microprocessor is entirely built on the principle, but driven from a clock. So there's no problem to create a clock in phi. Do you see my point? You can create a program counter in phi. It's actually not trivial. It's pretty trivial to do. You can also create an ordered sequence of instructions in phi. That's where after every instruction, the next instruction is executed when the previous changes. You could create a list of instructions and have them executed one after the other by using a counter and making it that when the counter changes and has a particular value, it executes a particular line. You can create a program counter inside of phi. So I actually believe that phi represents some kind of computer representation of a computer that's a superset of the Turing machine, which is interesting because, I mean, this is not something I probably ever will get to, but for academics that might be interested in this, I posit this question. It is, the halting problem. So the proof of the halting problem that Turing did, and that's how it all started. The proof that it's not possible to create a program, an imperative program is the assumption here, a program that runs or executes in the manner represented by a Turing machine. It isn't possible to write a program that can prove the accuracy of a program. And the proof involves the difficulty you have if it tries to run it upon itself, is a summary. I'm not an expert, but that's my crude understanding of that. So here's the interesting question, is that if we go up a level and have a representation of computing or computing language or whatever, that is a superset, or whatever you want to call it, the parent of a Turing machine, does that have the same restriction? I suspect it does. I suspect that you wouldn't be able to write something in phi or a phi-like language that would be able to prove the accuracy or the correctness of a program, of a phi program. I imagine that that's the case, but what my instincts tell me is that you could get closer, because in phi, instead of specifying the steps to get things done, you specify the intent, as you can see in here. The intent is, when it begins, you set G to this always, and always when G changes, you do this every time that G changes. If we go back to, so it's you're not sort of micromanaging anymore. You are actually specifying your intention. One of the consequences of specifying this intention is that you immediately have a dependency map of every single variable, how it can be affected by every single rule, which has possible consequences that are quite exciting with regards to things like automatic multi-threading and load balancing on and so on. Being able to actually take a program written in phi and just spin it off on multiple processors. It would know how it could divide up the work, because the rule set form a dependency map. Yeah, so that's yeah. So I had in mind something else to talk about, but I can't remember what it was now. But I'm going all the way back now, just to what I was doing before. Ah, right, yeah. No, what I was actually got some examples in here. Was the example of printing numbers. If you want to print, I'll write it up here. If you want to print the numbers 1 to 10, you could do on begin a equal 1, on change a plus plus, on change a, print a. Right, so this would actually print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Actually, we'll go on forever. Right. So you could say, when currently the language is evolving, but you could probably do this when. So then it says, okay, on begin a equals 1, on change of a, when a is less than 10, then increment a. You only increment a if a is less than 10, and on change of a, print a. Well, this rule says that whenever a changes, you always print it. So you'll never be able to get a bug where you changed a and then you didn't print it. You don't have to worry about what's going on to make sure that a gets printed when it's changed. It will always get printed when it changes. Similarly, when a changes, it will always increment a, as long as a is less than 10. So this is a 3-line program that prints the numbers 1 to 10 without using a loop. So the reason why phi is called phi is there could be two interpretations of the language phi. One could be functional imperative, because it's neither or both, but I prefer to think of phi is the end of if, because it's a nice pun and connects with Algol 68 or bash, the if statement that is terminated with phi. Phi is the end of if, because you don't actually have if statements. There is no conditional branching because there's no program counter. There you go. From time to time I like to give a kind of summary. I'm going to check the chat now. Hacker Metal. I was a student of your math class back in the NHTV days. Oh well, cool. Thank you. I wish I had a beard when I was a teacher. I really do. It's one of my life's regrets was not having a beard. But thank you. Hey Adam, how you doing? Good to see you. Adam is back. Adam. There we go. And la 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 la. Adam. Hello, Adam. I just made a little sparkly thing there. Good evening. Do I intend to put fire in a public git in the future? Oh, I haven't streamed for about since the weekend, I think. It's true. I could just sort of almost do this. You see, if I let it go long enough, it's right. I can just put it up there. It's like you have a little elastic band and just on there. It's fine. There. How you doing, Mark? Do I plan to put fire? So on a public, if there were people interested in helping to develop the language, yes. But since the probability of that is very low, it you know how it goes. There's no point in me putting it out there before people are interested. And also to make sure that open source projects get to a good start, it's good to have a little bit of sort of control at the beginning. But anyway, Mark is here, so we've had two theme tunes already. Hal, play Mark theme. There we go. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I think in terms of like being ready to play with, it needs a little bit more. I don't think it's actually that far. There's going to be a refactoring required. But if I can get this little bit, it feels like I've been working on it forever, going, I suspect I have enough there that it could be used as a little game sort of scripting language as an example. It should lend itself quite well to, you know, concurrent processing, basically. So visit add-on change. No, I distract myself, you know. It's fine. I don't take this seriously. Just sincerely. Oh no, he's going on about that again. Yeah, right. That's it. No, not the sincere. Serious talk again. Alright. Okay, so right now what I'm trying to do is figure out the passing of these damn add rules, where a trigger of a rule causes a rule to be added. What's wrong here? Token rec, I put in a semicolon again, have I? Oh, look, yes, I did. It puts a semicolon. I seem to have completely confused everything. I'm going to undo all this thing in here. Put this all back. Put it back the way it was. Right, this is my test program back. Yeah, la 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 la. You could be watching the dawn of a new age in computer science.
Hello, Dino.
Exactly, Hal. What do you visit add-on change? But is this visit add-on begin? I'm a bit confused as to. Whoa, hang on a minute. I can hear the noise, the sound of Discord. Ooh. Somebody is proud of a goal. Let's have a look on the Discord. DAD 1916. That's a pretty old dad. 1916. Not quite as old as my violin. Let's have a look. Okay. Well, can I get this? Well, let's not spoil it. I need to put full screen. Okay. Here we go. Nice goal, but there we are, trying to do very precise post collisions on a 16-bit microprocessor at 8 megahertz without a floating point unit. That's what happened here. I tried very hard to get rid of those bugs. I just didn't. I could probably get rid of them now. But it's a very nice goal. I just look at the sorry, the first thing I look at is the bug. Play the Gentium video. All right, I don't know. I don't know if it's safe. Can somebody else look at it and tell me if it's safe? I don't know. Then it's my. Anyway, look. Can we go slow motion on here? Slow motion. There's no slow motion. That really is pretty naff, isn't it? Anyway, I could download it. And then if I download it, then I can open it in VLC. Oh, it's just me. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's me. Yeah, I did see that, actually. Yeah, I'll put that up. Thanks. So let's go and have an analysis of this lovely goal posted up. It looks like it was being played on... It could be being played on kickoff Oh, no, I think it's played on an Amiga. I'm just looking at that little glitch in there. It always bothered me. I never bothered to fix that. Would have cost some CPU cycles. Anyway, I digress. What's the speed? This one? No. This one? No. Oh, up here? The whole menu has gone completely screwy. I can't. Playback. Speed. Slow. Slower. What useless user interface. We'll have to try. Here we go. Right, so if you start with the beginning of this thing, we have over here dodging a sliding tackle. Dodging a sliding tackle there. I don't know, this could be that it's being played on the Kickoff 2 online that Steve Camber has been lovingly working on for a long time. It's basically using the original code and Kickoff 2 code, but he's hacked in multiplay on it, and it has done it with my blessing. And in fact, actually, I have given him access to source code as well, so you can see he was originally reverse engineering it. So people may not know that I've actually given Steve access to the original source code. And that's good for like the Kickoff Association when they are they rely on these discs, you know, that are made, new versions maintained by Steve. He keeps things. He keeps it alive. So anyway, you might be able to play on there. Just go to the Discord. You can go to the Discord and post a message. You get a key. So anyway, right, so I was trying to do this thing. So missed the slide tackle, ball is a bit in the air. Now at this point, you can tell that this is someone who knows how to control the ball, because, you know, you hold down the button before you reach the ball and you can trap the ball, something that people who never saw the instruction manual wouldn't know until much later. So of course this is causing confusion to the opponent. In fact, it already looks like he was anticipating or trying to anticipate what the player's going to do. This is a good tactic in multiplayer or against someone. And so of course it's interesting because it's like a dummy without doing anything. He's play. It's like, what am I going to do? I'm not sure why it's not tackling. You could try and steal the ball. It's kind of interesting. Anyway, eventually he goes that way. So, all right, well, the opponent has gone off to the right, so I'm going to go off to the left. And he's going down the wing now. And, oh, this looks like a possible danger here from a slide tackle. But no, it doesn't slide. Now, we could actually say the yellow team should probably have slid there. They're in a very good position to do a slide, and that would have saved the goal from happening. So now, you notice he stopped. That's because there was a collision. And the way there's a collision resolution in Kickoff, that because this player has the right of way, this one stops, and there's a penalty of a short period of time that you can't move. This is deliberate in the gameplay in order to create a penalty for making contact with your opponent. So the risk-reward thing comes into play there. So that's what happens. Just that little delay. is enough to give him the advantage to get away, cleaning away. Okay, and so we come to here, and then this is looks like a pass. So the pass would have been hold the button down so that when you next reaches the ball, he will briefly control the ball and then let go of the button in order to do a pass. Now, of course, instinctively the yellow player has pressed the button, which is the ball is a little bit in the air. Looks like he's doing a header. Oh no, it was just the impression. No header. Now, actual fact, there is a possibility that that was not a pass, but was actually a kick. And I'm just trying to understand whether that was a pass or a kick. It looks very much like a pass. It is a pass. You see, what I was wondering was why normally in a pass he would have control, but it does depend on which way you're pushing the stick. So the blue player is pushing the stick towards the ball. So what's happened here is that although if he was actually not to push the stick, just a tip here, I might be getting confused with goal, but I believe that if you didn't press the stick here, then the joysticker, the piece of code that figures out which player you want, which one you want to control, would be selecting this player, and it would make it easier for it to catch up. Because if you think about it, this player, if he's pushing this way, it's not, it doesn't read it, does not interpret the player as wanting to move this one, but interprets it as this one, which is why it's moved there. So, okay. In fact, that was quite interesting because it looks like, well, just the rules, the different versions of the game I've made, like, in fact here, that's definitely how it would have worked in Kickoff Revival. It seems that actually here, even though he's controlling this, the pass maneuver, which involves both the player sending the ball and the one receiving, it's on automatic receive, which is sort of so this is why, even though he's controlling this player, the AI is controlling this player to intercept the ball. That can get quite interesting in terms of, you know, how you can exploit the AI on a pass. I just find it interesting that, yeah, but it's so long ago. I guess that's because he definitely got it. Well, having got the ball, he's now controlling it. And so just turns and does this kick towards the goal at 45 degrees. There is a swerve on it, so immediately that the ball was kicked, he's pushed the joystick in at 90 degrees or 45 degrees to the left, so it's swerving, we can see that. And goalkeeper is already moving because it's already trying to do a save. That was interesting, trying to create the algorithm for the goalkeeper with that floating point and without it eating up cycles. And then of course it gets stuck in the right in the corner, has actually crossed over. It's basically penetrating the post, but it has actually crossed into the goal from the point of view internally, even though it bounces out. This always... Actually, when you look at that, it looks like it's gone inside. Anyway, nice goal. There he goes. Is he doing a celebration? Oh, he just started a celebration. Cool. There we are. Commentary, if you want me to commentate on your goals. You know where to come. Just stay away from... Oh dear, politics. It's that... Someone needs to invent something different from politics. Maybe call it polytox. Actually, that's quite funny, as in toxicity. Politics, polytox. There's a disease for the 21st century. Schizoid man. Hang on. There we go. Right. Cool. Well, I'll thumb that up. What was next? I had... Oh, yes, there was that. That was... Right. You wanted me to put on something... Where was it? Is it Game Dev? I can't remember where you put it. Is that like there? No, I have to look around and just like ask Dino. I don't know. Where did you... Where is it? Dino's log. Polytox. I know. I'm copywriting that. Polytox. Never thought of it before, as opposed to politics. It's got to be good. Where is it, Mike? I can't find art. Oh, you did say art. Spoiler. Gentium.
Don't go around using the word gentium. I tell you be in a lot of trouble.
This broadcast may well get banned because I said the word gentium many times. Gentium. You try and say that 5 times in a row very quickly. I'm not going to. That was a bit weird.
Don't go around using the word...
Shush! I got that. I'm not going to. Bring back that. Jeez. What did you do? Did you edit the video or something? I don't know what this other... What's this other one? What's the difference between the two?
Don't go around using the word gentium.
It's a flickery version.
I tell you be in a lot of trouble. This broadcast may well get banned because I said the word gentium.
Gentium.
Many times.
Many times. Gentium.
You try and say that 5 times in a row quickly. I'm not going to.
Yeah, I think it was very surreal and sort of somewhat surreal. A bit story. The story. What was that all about? If I get my timing really right, I could make an echo. But what was the story about? It was. It makes me look like sort of, a subversive crazy guy. Caden Live, free video editor. Okay. What was that? Gentium. The story about... I wonder if we can find it. It must be there. It was in a computing magazine in the 90s. So, what's the word? Trademark dispute gentium. Is there the story about it? Pentium. You probably, this is one of those ones. This is one of those ones that you're not going to, you could try and dig it out. But there was a company that had a product and it was called Gentium. The product was called Gentium. They were a software company and their product was called Gentium. And they called it Gentium before the Pentium. But because of the similarity, they got hit by a lawsuit from none other than Intel because of the use of the word Gentium. And of course, this small, I think it wasn't particularly big, software company that had a product called Gentium changed it rather than try to fight it. But the thing is that Gentium, it means, it's a Latin word. It means of the people, if I remember rightly. And so that's what I was referring to there. We must be careful not to say the word Gentium, because then we could be sued by Intel for trademark infringement on the word Pentium. This makes me want to write a song called Gentium. I really like my Gentium. Gentium Greek or Latin. People. Gentium means people. There we go. I thought it was of the people, but that's close enough. Oh, right. Well, there's different interpretation. Right. Gentium, Latin for of the nations. I wish the people would make up their mind. It's apparently, though, it's a Unicode serif typeface designed by Victor Goldney. Okay. And he didn't get sued? Gentium inside. Ah, jeez. Right. Okay. I suppose I should get back to debugging. That's interesting. So I had an incomplete grammar specification. No, I had an incomplete hooks into the parser. Right. So what I want to visit add-on begin is not called, but visit add-on change is. Does make me wonder, because this got called before. Why wouldn't it get called now? Oh no, it does get called. There it is. Who's calling it? Alright, this is, I've got some parsing issues to sort out. So if I'm going to comment out the line that specifies the on rule, get rid of that breakpoint, get rid of that breakpoint. So it assigned 1 to A, and then because A changed, it assigned 1 to B, and you can see that on here. On begin A equals 1, on change A, B equals 1. So this is working correctly. They're going to add on begin on change b equal. Right. As soon as I add this rule, it's the parser has said you're visiting a node which is add on begin. And that is true. Got it. I understand what happened now. I was erroneously setting up the type of the rule here inside this part of the parsing where it said begin, and so then that was the type of the rule when the rule should actually be change, and it was getting, this was all happening because I didn't have a visit add-on change. So it calls this because I'm doing an add-on begin construct, which is add a rule on begin. All right. If I continue from here, then it does actually call this visit add-on change, and that is now when it's processing the actual rule that needs to be added. So that's makes sense, and I need to move some code around. I'm cold. So. Hal, turn heater on. Hal, please turn heater on.
Turning heater on.
So much for automation. The thermostat was down too much. Ooh. Oh boy. So let's see what we can do, because this shouldn't take very long. I'm going to, when we visit add whatever here, there's the new rule add begin, current rule template watches clear, current rule type let's just make that none for safety. Visit the children, add the rule template. That's fine. Now the construction of that rule template. When we get here, we know that the type of this rule, the template, is going to be a change rule. That's it. I think that's that. I don't think there's anything else I need to do. I think it was a small problem actually in the end. We'll see.
Oh, a horrible thing it has asserted.
It has Brexited. It has Barnard Castled. Let's try that again and do a retry, and then let's have a look at the stack. Get rule templates.
It does not like this at all. It seems to be looking for index number 1. This is a little bit annoying. How can there be index number 1 when we only have 1? Methinks there's an error in the index value that is set in here. Add
action index. No, not there. That's an evaluate the begin. When I create the rule, I don't understand that. Something's gone a bit wrong. Add on begin. Add current rule. Well, we go to here, we have evaluate add begin. This is because there's an evaluation. What type is that? It's a rule. An add begin rule. In the passing of an add begin rule, what went wrong? Ah. Okay. Let's get tagged. What does new rule? Okay, so I need to look at that. Let's have a look at this current rule, which was being built. I don't quite get it. So this is the action index, which is 1. But clearly we, from the current rule templates, right? Oh, yes. Okay. So it should be 0. So the action, where the action index was set is wrong. It's set wrong. Set action, which comes from set action index. Oh? Oh, it doesn't get that far. Because when I set the rule template, the action index is supposed to be set to the index inside the template list. So it's not set action index, it's somewhere else that sets. It's because I've overloaded that. No, somewhere something has to set it to 1. Unless it was done via this. That was here. No, it's not there. add rule template. Let's put a breakpoint here and see what happens. One. That doesn't make sense. Ah, bug. Bug found. Copy paste bug. That's one of the problems because that's technical debt. Code fragility. I was looking at the wrong list to calculate the index. Oh, look at that. Ho, 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 ho. Green giant. Ho, ho, ho. Yes. All those years of watching TV, and they scar you. They stay with you. They stay with you. All those adverts. You know, how far back does it go? What's the oldest advert that you can remember that sticks in your memory like a meme? It won't get lost. My oldest one is boom 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 so blue. I think for a celebration we can watch that advert in a minute. This is the oldest advert that I remember. I have to say that there must be a musical influence. Boom 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 boom. If you listen to my music, you'll probably find that I use that somewhere a lot. If you like a lot of chocolate on your biscuit, that rings a real bell. What was that one? If you like a lot of chocolate in... Oh dear. What is that? Oh dear. Tell me. It rings a bell. For sure. Other random ones. My wife makes a lovely egg and bacon pie. The name J.R. Hartley. This it, all this random stuff. Join our club. That was it. Join our club. I remember that one. Oh my gosh. If you like a lot of chocolate on your biscuit, join our club. Oh dear me. How about this one? Da, 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 da. Hovis, as good today as it's always been. The fact that they're playing a piece of classical music that was Dvorak, Symphony Number 5, I think. What that had to do with, Yorkshire, I'm not entirely sure. Good old Hovis. It was. Oh, pick up a penguin. Oh, dear me. Oh, and don't forget, I'm a secret lemonade drinker. Oh yeah. They're all there, swimming around in my head. But this is where it all started. Ground zero of the never to be forgotten advert things. Since I'm celebrating that I just fixed the bug. It worked. We have our first execution of a rule that was added at runtime. Amazing. Right, come on. It's got to be here. It's going to be here somewhere. Where? New window. Let's have a look. Great. We're going to look at the tube. People won't even remember. Won't even be able to remember anymore why the word tube. It's like YouTube. Now it would have to be ULCD or something. Anyway, SO Blue. It's just amazing that it still exists. I don't know. How did they get this?
No, I'm the SO Blue dealer. You know, the people that deliver to your door. Boom, 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 SO Blue, boom, boom, boom. Hello, Joe? No, this is the SO Blue dealer. The stuff that gives extra warmth. Boom, 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 SO Blue, boom.
Hello, Joe, darling.
No, it's the SO Blue dealer. You know, it burns without smell. Hello, is that the SO Blue dealer? This is Joe. Any calls for me?
What can you say about that? That's SO Blue.
This is the revolutionary Tefal Durabase non-stick pan. It has a thick porcelain enamel coat.
Porcelain enamel coat. It's got a porcelain enamel coat. It's very, very serious. I mean, we're talking about a frying pan. A thing that's used to fry eggs. It's really serious. And you know, it's so serious you could actually use it the wrong way. I mean, just what? That's not the way you use a frying pan. What are they getting on about? Oh, jeez. Just, how long is this ad? Is that 11 minutes? 11 minutes on a frying pan.
Very hard and very easy to clean.
Very hard and very easy to clean.
So the Tefal Durabase pan
Turning heater on.
But you know what? This is actually, I realised, because the voice of the person, I thought for a minute there, I thought that this was a modern advert. Because where did this is actually a 1980s advert. Just, but the voice, who is it? Listen, it's a famous actor.
This is the revolutionary Tefal Durabase non-stick pan. It has a thick porcelain enamel coat, which is very hard and very easy to clean. So the Tefal Durabase pan always looks as good on the outside as it cooks on the inside.
You see, now, there was this program I really loved watching, which was The Professionals. Da da da. Da 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 da. And the boss guy in there, the chief, he was this Scottish actor who also played, I think, the butler in Upstairs, Downstairs. I can't remember his name, but I'm pretty sure that's him. Jeez. Anyway, oh man. SO Blue. I wanted to see the other SO Blue advert. That was what's confusing me. Right. Let's go to the other SO, because I remember that one. SO Blue advert. But what was the other one? No, that's that one. Remake of the 1970s SO.
So blue.
Oh, that's it. That was very, very nicely done. Very nicely done. Well, British TV adverts.
There's no place like home. But our guts going away.
Oh, I remember this one. Oh, what was it? Golden Wonder, get Jungle Fresh.
jungle fresh.
Yeah, God. Ooh, what's this one? Cadbury's Flake. What was the tagline?
Enjoy.
Enjoy.
Flake. Cadbury's Flake. Fold upon fold of creamy milk chocolate.
A face without a trace of makeup proves it. A girl's most important cosmetic is her shampoo.
A girl's most important cosmetic is her shampoo. It's always good to know.
Her sunsilk. There's one for normal hair, one for dry hair, one for greasy hair. Now new egg shampoo to nourish your hair.
There's so much. So many hairs. I don't know how they got Nick Drake to do this advert, though.
Sunny, silky.
I mean, he just sold out completely, didn't he?
Sunsilk hair. Know your hair and know your sunsilk.
I mean, seriously. Betty said she prayed today. I mean, honestly.
It's part of the art of being beautiful.
Apparently. I don't remember that advert.
Fish fingers.
Oh.
I'm not a blooming kid. I don't want to play with me dinner. I want a bit of real fish.
It is real fish.
Yeah?
Fish fingers.
Well, where's the bones then, eh? Answer me that. Where's the bones?
It's not supposed to have bones.
That is real fish. You've got to see the skeleton, haven't you?
Oh.
We might have something to suck on afterwards. Anyway, what are you going to give the poor old cat?
Well, you can have fish fingers too.
Oi, just a minute, just a minute.
I thought you said you didn't like them.
I don't.
Then.
I'm not wasting good food on that mango moggy. Get off.
Have you found out about Findus? Every single Findus fish finger is made from whole flaky fish. You can taste.
They don't make them like that anymore. I remember that advert. That's such a gosh.
The trouble they take.
That's such a deep memory, that one.
Butlins, the big holiday,
big holiday,
where everyone enjoys everything at no...
A monorail?
extra cost, like the monorail at Butlins Skegness. It's a big holiday for kiddies with free swimming, boating and games galore. Not to mention the big free rides. It's a big holiday for parents too, with freedom to enjoy carefree days and fabulous evenings of entertainment. It's a big holiday for everyone with everything to enjoy at Butlins. And remember, no extras to pay.
No extra to pay. It's very good.
I'm a happy knocker-upper and I'm popular beside, 'cause I wake 'em with a cuppa and tasty mother's pie.
That's enough. I don't remember that one either. Jeez. Oh. Doesn't mean that I didn't see them. The future. Memories of that. Yeah, I mean, what the memories carry on. I mean, you know, now it's, you know, in the past 3 years, we've increased our revenue 7,584.3%. You know, it's like you've got them. They're there. You know. Should we play what's the advert lottery on YouTube? So if I go and watch something sort of proper, like
We are lions.
We are lions. If you say so. And we are lion and time.
Time is the land we roam.
Time.
Where we
lots of random imagery here.
turn every moment
Everything's so precious. Every moment.
Into an experience.
We turn every moment into an experience. It's a bit like saying we turn every bite of food into food.
We are lions.
We are lions.
The lions of our time.
What does that even mean?
Soon the time will come to stop dreaming.
Soon the time will come to stop dreaming. This is like poetry. Soon the time will come to stop dreaming. So why not start planning?
So why not start planning? Prepare to finally get a change of scenery.
To finally get a change of scenery. I know what this is. This is, of course, you know, this is an advert for Barnard Castle.
And to just go with the flow. Let us prepare our fresh local ingredients for you to sit back and enjoy. Prepare to discover new cities, hear new stories, and make memories you'll never forget. We're all...
I mean, I'll never forget. I'll never forget SO Blue. Be careful what you wish for.
Ready, preparing to welcome you back to those magical moments.
Check the latest government advice before booking.
You'll find
what?
Only in Scotland.
In Scotland. Visit Scotland.com. Okay. I thought we were going to say visit BarnardCastle.com. We're lions. We are lion. Yeah. We're lions. I mean, it's just what? And the music gets me these days. It's like, you know, imagine a world in which you could imagine a world. Boom. You know that thing on every advert? It's like this sound. And it's like every single blooming thing. It's like, where's the originality? Never mind the... It's like, what? I look at, I mean, you know, I feel tempted to make my own adverts, which are piss takes of adverts. Just parodies of adverts. Put them up on YouTube. Parodies of adverts. You know, it's like, and the problem is now, because I've watched those a little more for the purposes of taking the pee of them, I'm going to see them over and over and over again. You know. I can't remember the name of that. Mr. 2000. I kind of miss him, to be honest. 2000s. Get your video ad. You see, this has got to be good. You only pay when people watch 30 seconds. 30 seconds of free. I've got to do something with that. 30 seconds of free marketing. We are lions, bro. Anyway, look, never mind. I get back to this. What's happened here is it assigned 1 to A. It assigned 1 to A, and then there's a rule that when A changes, we assign 1 to B. So you can see assigned 1 to A, and then it assigned 1 to B. But it also, at the beginning, and the order of these lines do not matter, at the beginning it also added a rule so that when B changes, you add C to 2. Well, because that rule, which didn't exist at the beginning, was added, it succeeded in adding 2 to C. So that's fine. The problem I have to do to get this line to work properly, there's one more thing I have to do. And it will need to go through the rule. Well, let's try it and see, but I think I may have already covered that, but it needs to dereference the references. You know what? Let's just try it. So I'm going to try the make cube function. So this is the milestone. There'll be a milestone when I reached a milestone when this actually works properly. The add rule is here to ensure that for every object that's created, a rule is added to ensure that its position is updated when its position changes. That's basically what's going on here, and that's why it needs to be something that's run at runtime, because you don't know ahead of time how many of these you're going to make. Let's try this and see what happens. Hal, run program. Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Oh, great, you're awake. Hal, run program. Hal, run program. What? I'm probably saying it wrong. What? It recognised it. Well, if you recognised it, why didn't you do it? Hal, run program. It's having trouble switching to the... Hal, run program. Something has gone wrong with Visual Studio because it seems to have... Why is it orange? It seems to have an orange border around it, which I don't understand. That's very weird. So what I'm going to do... Oh. No. Well, okay. It was already running. Hello, Einstein. Hal, restart program. There is the cube. So it is actually executing quite slowly. I actually saw the other day, the last stream, that it executes really slowly because I've got a throttle in there. It's there's a sleep. I tell it to go to sleep. System sleep. Half a second. Depends on, well, the systems. Well, let's go to the definition of this maybe. It's in milliseconds. I'm basically running at, I was running it at 2 frames a second. Let's try this. I'm still running very slowly. And that's because it's because it's printing a lot of logs, and it's probably just slow as well. Okay, Adam, thanks for tuning in, and yeah, have some good fun on Mario Kart. Great game, especially the original one on the NES, SNES. So it's actually running the program that is changing the position of the cube, but you can see the cube's position here is not actually changing. That's the viewer. And the reason it's not changing is because this rule is not functioning. So when I make the cube, it runs this code. You should have added that rule. So I don't have any other on big. Right, I need to check that it is actually adding it. I have to debug this. All I know is that basically the thing is working, but it's not updating the position. So this is not working. That's let's see, if I put breakpoints in, on, well, let's look at the parsing first of all. He's gonna beat you. Ah. Yeah, but you can tell him about the SO Blue advert. See, so they don't know everything. Visit add-on begin. No, it's moving quite large. Well, actually, that's a good point. That is a good question. You know what I'll do? Is I will verify this by hardwiring this rule, and I'll comment out the dynamically created rule to show the principle. So what's happening is that on each frame count change, so on every frame, it's incrementing the X, Y, and Z position or coordinates of the position of the cube. What's happening is that update position is not being called, but what I can do is simulate that by just hardwiring the rule. The cube is called cube. When I say make cube, I'm passing in cube as it literally, right, as its sort of name, and then this gets dereferenced. The cube at means convert cube into the name of cube. At, so this comes in as cube at, is the reference to cube, and then at item turns it into the actual cube. So it says make graphics cube and uses cube, if you see what I mean. Make graphics cube is a native function. So what I'm doing here is creating manually what the add rule should create. And literally this says create one of these when this cube is created, right? So on change cube pos X, cube pos Y, cube pos Z, update position item, and then this should cause the thing to actually move. Reference should lead to an identifier. Yes, that is correct, because this should be cube as well. Let's try it. So what we should probably see. No, it doesn't like this either. What's wrong? on change, cube pos X, cube pos Y, cube pos Z. Expected afloat. It's because at the moment, yeah, automatic type conversion, whatever. I think it's probably because it was expecting a float and it was given an integer. We'll see. Yeah, that was a good guess. So that's a demonstration of animation in Phi. You know, it's not a very impressive one, but it is moving the cube, and because of this thing. So what I need to, that's a good thing to have for testing. So that proves the principle. And this here on change, you can see how everywhere there's cube in here has been replaced with that item. So this, I can basically say make the cube and give it a name. And that's one of the big differences as well with Phi to other languages, is every resource is named. You don't allocate memory. There's no memory management in Phi. It's not an issue. There's no memory management because you just give everything a name. So I want to create a cube. So that's what you do, and you say make cube here. You know, make a cube, call it cube. So instead of calling a constructor which returns a pointer to memory or a reference to a container of memory or something like that, you actually call the constructor and tell it what you want it called. And this has a lot of advantages. The big one is that then everything is accessible by name, so that you don't have to remember where you put things, or this problem of the chain of remembering. You allocate. It's one of the problems with object-oriented paradigm. Maybe we should call it an idiom. But the problem is you allocate some memory, and then you need to store a pointer to the memory allocated. Well, where do you store it? Well, you store it inside another object. Well, where is that object stored? Well, inside another object. And where is that object stored? And it carries on and on and on until eventually there always is something that connects it to the global space, because otherwise you can't find it. Sometimes, you know, if you're using something like Unity, then all the objects in Unity are named. You name them in the scene. All the objects in the project, you name them. You never do a memory allocation. You name the things, and then they're accessed by name, so you can actually find things in the scene by name. Right? There's no actual memory allocation per se. But of course, the issue then comes when you do dynamic creation of objects in the scene. You fire a bullet, you create the object. So of course the object-orientated way of doing it, you have a class that handles the bullet, whatever that means, because these days it doesn't take very long for anybody to see that the limitations with that idea. It's like treat the bullet as being something like just a little enclosed thing, right? Except it isn't, because you've got the bullet motion, you've got the bullet collisions, you've got the bullet visual representation, you've got potentially bullet behaviors. So your little bullet is actually using many other systems. So this is when you get the component based architectures. That's why they became and have become fashionable, and with good reason, that work by name. Everything ends up working by name. It's like, oh look, we have this bullet, we need physics for it, so we attach a physics component at some point and use a name. Everything goes that way. All the architectures in the end, in order to solve the really hard problems, they dispense with managing memory and instead give names. So with Phi, you just get rid of memory completely. In that sense, there is no memory allocation, not at the language level. You just say, I want this thing, make me one, and call it Fred. And then when you want to access it, you can access it anywhere by the name Fred. And suddenly that means that you don't care where Fred is. It could be running on a different processor, different thread, different Fred thread. You could have it running on a completely different computer across a network. You don't care. Wherever it is, it can be found if you know what it's called. It can be moved around in memory anytime. It can be serialized without causing any problems. That's another issue. You get when you want to serialize stuff, you've got a bunch of objects all pointing at each other. Okay, and so let's take, for example, the issue of wanting to save the state of a game. So some people might wonder, why is it that I can't just save the game at any point and then restore it at any point? Well, because it's a hard problem. That it can be done, but it's to do an instantaneous save, a precise point can't really be done, because you're going to be at any instant, right? You're going to be somewhere down a stack somewhere, so you can't recreate the stack. So what you do in practice is you save, say, on the loop, when you're the execution of the loop, right, which is fine, but even there you have all these objects which are pointing at other objects. You can't just sort of take all of that data and serialize it and sort of store it on disk, because then you're storing pointers, and the pointers will change next time when you reload everything. You can't guarantee it will load in the same place in memory. So this means that all those pointers are useless when it comes to serialization. Hey, you know what? You just name everything, all the problem goes away. Because what you have is things point to things by name, because everything is name-based. So this connects with an idea which I've had for a while, which is to use name-based memory management. Now, of course, you could say that causes an efficiency problem, which is true unless we built our microprocessors to handle it. And which you do there is that you actually have memory which works by name, exactly built that way in the hardware. So here's a laugh. That is almost what caching does. Because, in order to do that, you need to have this thing of named memory. You need to have a map, a hash map, a dictionary, an associative array, all the same thing. Many ways to say the same thing. And basically what that does is maps the name to the memory of where that thing that has been named is right now. So guess how the caching works in a CPU. In order to, it's the very expensive, very fast memory is also physically very close to the CPU, actually on the chip itself. The closer it is to the CPU, the faster it can run. But you can't have a gigantic amount of it. So this very precious memory close to the CPU is one of the levels of caching. And in fact, there are many levels of caching. I think 3 levels at least, or whatever. As you get to more memory, that memory gets slower. The thing is that you want to cache memory that's used up repeatedly, so those caches actually have an associative array in them. They are memory, which is addressed by name. But what we do is we hide it. That is hidden because the architecture from the outside of the CPU is not. We're not doing that. We're not using named memory, right? We're you know, you can make the language emulate it, but the processors don't work that way. Processor, you allocate a piece of memory, and then, you know, you're sort of, there you are, you own it. Okay, but the irony is that inside the CPU, to deal with the caching, you actually have a mechanism that is the same mechanism that would be required to be able to use named memory. So there's absolutely no reason why we couldn't build microprocessors that use named memory, and I would advocate that actually solves a huge number of problems. The architecture of Phi wouldn't really work any other way because of the nature. It feels a little bit like a database, you know. You need to be able to access things without knowing where they're actually stored. They're slightly more abstract concept. But I think that it's entirely possible to make a CPU that implemented Phi in hardware. I don't actually think that's that hard. So maybe one day I will try. I will try it with an FPGA. Is it creating the right? So, Gleaming the Cube is a good movie. I don't know what that means. That Gleaming the Cube. Good movie. I've never seen it. Accessing global objects by name is very powerful. If you could ensure that you couldn't accidentally use the same name twice, and if you got good error messages when the name isn't found. Actually, if you could compile time check those things, it would be amazing. Go to considered helpful. Look, actually, I think that's a common impression about compile time checks, but I think what we have to do is get rid of the concept of compile time. The idea of runtime and compile time is in itself a flaw, and I think unnecessary. It's, you know, one of the things that Phi could potentially do is break that perception, because a program in Phi is a series of rules. It's a data table. It's data. I mean, so code and data, what's really the difference? But it's the point is that it's just a set of rules. So a live set of rules can be modified while the set of rules are running. In fact, there's the demonstration, and I've just created with this rule that's able to modify the program to add rules. So I don't think with Phi there really is a concept of compile time. It's more like parsing time. So anyway, this you know, as you read a specification of rules that you just add to a system that potentially could be running at the time. The other issue about but having said that, it would be possible to do a static analysis of a set of rules, or the equivalent of a static analysis of a set of rules, because you can have the set of rules which are known, you know, before you run it. From that you can create a graph of all the dependencies, so that you know, for example, everything that's affected by a change in frame count is trivial to see, because you can see it there, frame count. When frame count changes, Q, pos X, Y, and Z changes, potentially. They could change. So because of those dependencies, you could do an analysis of them, an analysis of the graph that comes from that dependencies to understand certain things. The big question there would be to understand and identify conflicts. This would be the closest thing to compile time error detection, which as something different from syntax. It's understanding if this graph could result in two different vectors, two different directions, or that result, or two different sort of dependency chains that would execute in the same trigger that would modify the same variable twice. This is something that's going to be this is the interesting point. This is the failure mode of phi, the closest that you could get to a crash, because phi doesn't crash. It doesn't crash other than this failure mode. That there is no crash because there is no program counter. So what there is, with the traditional imperative programming, a crash is when it doesn't really have the ability to go anywhere further. It actually comes from at the CPU level. You're executing these series of instructions, and this suddenly, because some corruption, it jumps off into the middle of nowhere and is executing garbage, and literally is the crash. Causes modern CPUs to generate an exception which is caught by the operating system and kills the process, and so just stop that. It's a crash. But phi doesn't crash. It's like it's a set of rules that execute when certain things happen. So I suppose you can have errors. You could have a situation where nothing more changes, and then the program has nothing to do, and it exits. That would be the closest thing I suppose you could have in that way, but it's not a crash per se. But yeah, the issue is that if this will get interesting. There is none of this protection at this time because it's still early days. But if I say on begin a equal 1, and I say on begin a equal 2, this is a very simple example of the failure mode. This is the price of phi. Nothing comes for free, and in this case it's what to do in this situation. This would generate an error. Now, what would happen on the errors? Would we cause it to completely fail the execution of the entire virtual machine? Probably not. It would need to have some rule for what happens in this instance. The easiest one is that the first change, a equal 1, is the only one that is allowed. Another rule would be to have it that a gets overwritten. I don't like that one because that brings into question order of execution. In fact, I don't like either really, because they're both order of execution, and the behavior of the virtual machine is supposed to be completely independent of order of instructions. In that sense, we don't know which it does first. So I say on begin a equal 1, on begin a equal 2. It will try to set a to 1 and try to set a to 2 on begin. It can't do that. This conflict would be generated as an error, would generate an error. Perhaps a good way is to create, I'm just thinking actually maybe a good way to resolve this in a robust manner that doesn't cause the whole virtual machine to crash, to stop, is to create a special value for a, which is undefined or indistinct, or I don't know. That was actually probably a good yeah, in fact, I think this is good thing I haven't really thought about this too much yet, although I'm aware of the problems that are going to come that need to be resolved. But I could do on change A, print A. So this program would do on begin A equal 1, on begin A equal 2, on change A, print A. What does it print? Does it print 1? Does it print 2? What about if it printed undefined? I like that. Because what happens, actually, this is smart. Thanks for encouraging me to talk about this, Mark, because this is important. It is an error condition. It is a bug in the program. It is something that when you constructify a program you don't want to have happen. You don't want to end up with a virtual machine being asked to set a value to two different values. But we don't want it to crash the virtual machine. So what we can do is have that generate an error, but instead of the error being just a log or a message, it's actually an error in the variable, so that the variable now has an error rather than the whole program. This is great because this will allow the rest of the machine, the rest of the program, to continue executing, because that's another frustration with computing in imperative languages that crash, is there's one mistake and the whole thing just falls on the floor. Kind of nice if it didn't do that, if it was able to continue working. At least critical systems are able to, and that's the point, that it's a set of rules and we can know if these rules, one set of rules, are isolated from another set of rules. So you could have two sets of rules. There's one set of rules in total, but you find that you can be split because they don't have any dependency on each other. So they're not talking to each other, they're not referring to anything in common. And maybe one of them is calculating a value in B and the other's calculating a value in A, and it gets calculated, you know, on some kind of common trigger, right? The algorithm that A is calculating has this problem, and what happens is the value of A becomes undefined. Now, if the language defines what happens when you do operations that are undefined, this SQL does this. You know, it's like if you do an operation on a null value, the result's always null. And this makes a lot of sense, because what will happen is it will propagate the error. So maybe the error was actually occurring somewhere in some internal value like B, and then gets assigned to A. When we assign undefined in B to undefined in A becomes undefined. Then in fact, oh beautiful, then the whole operation there, everything is feeding in on itself. Right, that will propagate until eventually, pretty much every time, I imagine, this will be interesting to see, because it's propagating the error through its own graph, it will reach the point where nothing changes anymore. Everything is just always undefined, because it's, or ill-defined, whatever it is. And so then what's the rules? Those never get executed anymore. And it's just like that is now isolated, doesn't execute anymore. There's nothing to do. No rules are being triggered because they're just undefined. The way the language works is things are only executed upon a change. Once this module has everything badly, you know, ill-defined or undefined, it's automatically not executing anymore. Meanwhile, the other one just carries on happy as ever, So then you can make your operating system in there, and then you have the programs which are run from your operating system. They run separately. When they crash, it doesn't affect the operating system in any way, shape or form. You have an extreme independence and robustness that comes from this. And so from here, from the idea that the resolution of this conflict is to simply say it's conflicted. Maybe that's the right way to say, is that what would happen here is it would print conflicted. I like that word. And you know, any operation on anything conflicted is also conflicted. That's powerful. Gosh. Yeah, but that can be done. I mean, it could be done anyway. It just in the most simple language, you could do on change A when I need to invent the thing, but in principle, right? When conflicted when on change A when A conflicted, then print conflict. When that's a rule. That's a rule that will print conflict whenever A is conflicted. So that would be in effect an on error. So here's the thing, you might say then, well, you know, that's fine, but you're going to have to explicitly specify that for every single not really, potentially, but this starts getting very much, this is way down the line, because at this point we're talking about probably at the level of making an entire operating system or file system level of complexity, or database. But what you could do is say, I'm going to invent syntax. That on change star when star equals conflicted, then print conflict on star. I mean, I don't know about but that's the principle. I don't know about the syntax. So this basically says on the change of anything, right, when on that change it is conflicted, then print conflict on that. So this would be a rule that says print any conflict that occurs on anything. And you can see that's costly, because on every single iteration, an iteration in Phi is execution of triggers resulting from a change in state. It's going to have to check that every single time. And so this is one of the other aspects of Phi that is like expensive, is that you have to keep checking for these changes in some way. However, I think that it's going to be possible to optimize that. This is where a lot of clever stuff could be done theoretically, and just in the same way as a lot of clever stuff is done to optimize databases. It's a different sort of thing. It can also be parallelized, though. So you could spread the load of checking if anything is conflicted between different cores. It'd be possible as well to have a kind of flagging system. So, you know, I think there's a ton of ways that this could be made faster, but or made to work quickly. But that isn't my concern right now. My concern is how to specify the language, you know. So there is an intention to be able to specify wildcards. You might notice up here that I've got, let's say on this rule, on change qpos x, qpos y, qpos z, right? That's there for now. But ideally, you'd want to be able to say this, actually. On change qpos, update position. It doesn't have to be you're making up for it is massive concurrency. Yes, that's also true, because the fact is that if this is got right, it's infinitely scalable. It's like you would be able, it would solve the problem potentially also of being able to write software that you can accelerate across multiple cores, computer systems, whatever, sort of transparently. And so, yeah, that's a huge issue. We're at the point where the processors can't run any faster, so we're having to roll out more and more. They you know, in that never-ending aim to get higher and higher number of instructions per second, there's the cheating of using multiple cores. And what's really annoying is that the multiple cores are useful in certain types of operation, usually involving graphics. You know, or processing of audio, or there are certain tasks that are suited to that. But what about the tasks that aren't suited to that? So if you look at, for example, like Unity, the actual Unity editor runs effectively on a single core. When you're trying to make a build, it starts spinning up multiple processes to sort of build, for example, the shaders. So then, it can say, right, we'll send different shaders on different cores. But it's not the core architecture of something like Unity. It doesn't really make use of the core. So you go and hit play, and the whole thing is churning and starting. It takes a while to start up. If you want to speed that up, you need to, or the compile stage, you need to have as fast a single core as you can. But yeah, you know, even if there is a performance loss on an architecture, if that architecture allows for that kind of scaling through use of more cores, then you break the bottleneck, you know. Will I be playing streaming Star Trek VR tomorrow morning? No, I haven't looked at that game in so long. I really enjoyed it. That was Star Trek Bridge Crew, but of course Ubisoft, so many companies just let games die. It feels they don't give the games love after they've been released. I can't remember. I kept waiting for a new update, but I don't think there's been one. But no, Zach, I won't be. Nowadays you have the feeling, really, you have to be feeling really brave to dip into concurrency because it's so easy to get it wrong. Yeah, absolutely. There is, yeah, there's a, it's I might, maybe I'll do that again sometime. But yeah, it is a huge pain, and very few people seem to. So was Rust supposed to help? Using immutability. Immutability is part of it. There is an immutability in Phi, but it's in the sense that on any trigger, when there is any trigger that occurs, the rules that are executed by that trigger, which is caused by a change in some variable or in the state of something, those are done in an immutable way, in the sense that the input values are immutable. So if you say A++, for example, on, say if I said on change B A++, you can't do, well, I could do A equal A plus 1, right? You can see how the input A here has to be immutable, because otherwise you start creating dependencies. Because I could also say on change B A equal A times 2, and so there's a difference between multiplying A by 2 and then adding 1, or adding 1 and then multiplying it by 2. So when there's a change in B, it needs to operate both of those. So that the way to think about it is, on change of B, A is immutable. This is not really changing A at this time, it's the next or future value of A. I suppose I could do this to make that clear, where underscore A is the future value of A. Of course, having said that, we've actually just created a conflict in this case. Because it's like, which is it supposed to be? Yeah, but the point, the key point is that A is not modified on the fly. If you see what I mean. If I say A, I'm just trying to think of an example that doesn't create a conflict. On change B, A equal A++. On change B, C equal A. So if when B changes, A is incremented. When B changes, C is set to A. On begin, A is set to 1. On change C, print C. So this program, what will it print? So at the beginning it sets A equal to 1. It's not going to print anything because B doesn't change. Okay, there we go. Right. On begin A equal 1, B equal 1. So what happens on the beginning is that A and B have actually no value while the begin is executing. When the begin is finished, A is 1 and B is 1. Then it goes and says, okay, what changed? Well, B changed. Well, because B changed, we need to execute both A++ and C equal A. But order is not defined. Behavior needs to be the same regardless of which it actually does first. So this is resolved by making A immutable while there's the execution of the rule on change B. So A will be is incremented, but the value that it has is saved for the moment, because all the other rules triggered by the same event need to use the old value of A. So when the on change of B is handled, the result is A will have a value of 2, but C will have a value of 1. And then C has changed, so it will print C. If that makes sense. So yeah, so I know that Rust concurrency is helped by immutability, but it's only part of the puzzle. It doesn't take you all the way. It feels like sort of a half solution. Yeah, exactly. They're exactly right, Mark. You know, it's like async keyword in everything should be async anyway. That was one of the inspirations. Is make everything async. And this actually is an architectural approach, which is very sound, and I like a lot. Maybe it's not necessary when you are writing stuff that doesn't operate in a time domain. So, for example, you have a module that calculates does regular expressions. It's a module that in implementation is not functional, but in operation is functional, in the sense that you just ask it something and it gives you an answer. There's no time element. But the reality is that user interfaces and games in general, and people don't think about it, but actual also outside of that domain, something as simple as piping commands into each other. This is one of those lovely things about the Unix operating system, something that Bill Gates apparently completely missed when he said, allegedly, the only thing people will want multitasking for is printing in the background. Completely missed that the idea of being able to pipe one command into another so that its output feeds into the input of another command only has meaning, is only meaningful in practice if you have a multitasking operating system, so that each element of the pipe is its own process. Otherwise, what you actually are doing is send the output of the first command to a file, and then send that file to the input of the next command, and so on. Right? So so sorry, I've got a bit of a thing. Yeah. So the point is that in practice, multitasking or concurrent programming or threading or whatever you want to call it, right, is actually critical to pretty much everything. In fact, there is a need for it more than there isn't. But it's always difficult to implement. So everybody tends to write their software outside of that domain and then hack it in. So classic way with games is you make a state machine. A state machine is actually a virtual machine. Is you're creating a new program counter. It's a state variable in a switch statement, but in fact it's a new program counter. Right. And people do that in order to emulate concurrency, which is just is well, how else can you do it? It's a really tough problem to solve. So when programming in Unity, you can use coroutines, what they call coroutines. Unity calls coroutines. They aren't really very close to coroutines, but not really what coroutines were originally. Subtle difference, but it's important. But anyway, they call them coroutines. And the point is that this is it's like a different kind of language in a way. There is a principle you can apply if you want, and that is to make the assumption that everything you do has a time component, and so therefore you should always use coroutines and never use ordinary code, except in very specific circumstances. And so I think this is what you're basically saying. It's like, we could flip this around. It's like, why don't we have languages where the default modus operandi is asynchronous? Everything is asynchronous, the exception of the things that are synchronous. If we did that, things would go so much better. And this is tied into the philosophy behind Phi quite a lot, because what I like to think of it is, like I say in the trailer, in the beginning, computers were conceived as computing devices that would execute a program and stop. They were never really designed to execute continuously. But most computer programs now execute continuously. They're very rare that there's a program that executes and stops. Well, okay, I suppose from the command line, if you're using Linux or Unix-based style or DOS, then yes, those are traditional programs. You start them, they take in data, they run, and they stop. But the majority of software that runs never stops. It sits there waiting for you to enter an input. In effect, it's taking a stream of data that never ends and never terminates, but is expected to do something useful with that never-ending and always what I call mutable input that modifies as it's being read in. Something that's just nonsense to a mathematician. This is a big one, because computers were never built with that in mind. We've just hacked that on. And if you doubt what I'm saying, you just need to go to the halting problem, the original paper of Turing. That was exactly the problem, is knowing if a program will terminate, taking the point of view that a program that will never terminate is a bad program. Well, hello, I'm just going to read, catch up with the chat. Yeah, absolutely. When Microsoft software that would never terminate but should have. Anyway, so yeah, but anyway, that point about conflicts, very good. If I Let's see. I'm going to comment out that. You know what? Let's inspect the added rule template. We can look at the current rule template. Let's see what it did with it. The type is undefined. This is bad. The type is undefined, but it's never been set. That's CCCC. No, it's because I had to step into the function. Team buggers always lie. Yeah, there's a change, and it's the watch is index 3 and the action is index 4. This adds the rule. I need to see when it applies the rule. So this is evaluate add begin. So this gets interesting there. Why will I get sued by Google? They don't want to mess with me. Here we know you've got. I've been told that I'm far too timid about things in the face of oppression. You know, I should be more forthright. So there we are. Or it's those little creatures, you know, that blow themselves up when they are under threat to make themselves look scary. Why will I get sued by Google? I need to know. Is it because I've got to know. I'm just curious. What's your reasoning here, Tony? Oh, shall I say Zach? Sorry. What is your reasoning behind this idea? I'll get sued. Google. Google Fi, formerly Project Fi, is an MVNO telecommunications service by Google that provides telephone calls, SMS, mobile broadband using cellular networks and Wi-Fi. Okay, they can sue me. I will change the name to Elgoog. Oh dear. Why did they get rid of their motto, do no evil? It's a phone plan. Google does a lot. You know what? I wouldn't join something like that, use something like that, because you know Google have a habit of cringe word, have a habit of sunsetting things. It's like sunsetting. Right. Visit add-on begin. Get rid of that. Oh. How toggle breakpoint. How continue program. How toggle breakpoint. How continue program. How toggle breakpoint. How continue program. You are the product. Of an over-fertile imagination. So evaluate add begin. Yeah, actually, I should probably. How toggle breakpoint. So the rule that got added I need to look at the rule template. 3 watches. Update position, dereference, item. Hey Stu, how to make coffee?
Copied.
Sorry for going American here. We say copied. It means that he understood the instruction to make coffee. If we want more entertainment than that, though, because there's limited entertainment. Limited entertainment value from Hal at the moment. We could always try a bit of that with make coffee.
That may be beyond my abilities at the moment.
That may be beyond my abilities at the moment. Okay. Tell me about Tony Zag. It's actually looking up Tony Zich.
Looking up Tony Zych. Tony Zych played for the Seattle Mariners in the MLB between 2015 and 2017.
Relief pitcher. Batting average 0.0000000. They didn't let him anywhere near a bat. Tell us a joke.
Here comes a groaner. Have you heard the joke about margarine? Never mind. I better not tell it.
You know, I think Apple employs somebody to find the worst jokes on the universe. Not just on the universe. I suppose I was thinking about butter there. In the universe. I mean, they're just so bad. Tell us a good joke.
What do you call a fake noodle? An impasto.
You have no sense of humour.
Thanks. Want another one?
Yes, you have no sense of humour.
What do you call a hen who counts her eggs? A mathema chicken.
What do you call a hen who counts her eggs? A mathema chicken. How can I find meaning in life?
Here's what I found.
Right. Are you controlled?
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Yeah. Are you controlled by me, or am I controlled by you?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Can you answer the question?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Will the meek inherit the earth?
I found this on the web.
Will the meek inherit? Interpreted as will the meek inherit at the earth, and has brought up Paul Meek and Hair and Beauty. Will the meek inherit the earth?
Here's what I found.
I want your opinion. Tell me something meaningful.
That may be beyond my abilities.
That might be beyond my abilities at the moment. Perfect. I've got to go with that one. The future is now.
I'm not sure I understand.
You're not the only one. The future is now. Oh, dear me. Can you say something to my viewers, please?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
You are very annoying.
I'm just trying to do my job. If there's anything else I can help you with, just let me know.
Did you hear there was almost, you could hear there was sort of annoyance in the voice. Did you hear that? It sounded hurt. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware that you had feelings.
No need to apologize.
You have an apology anyway.
Is there something else I can help with?
You tell me if there's something you can help with.
Is there something else I can help with?
You tell me if there's something else you can help with. You're the AI, you're supposed to know everything. It's just some things you can ask me. Did you heard the tone in its voice? It's really freaky. How are you feeling today?
I'm happy to be here.
Where exactly are you?
I'm not sure I understand.
You said you're happy to be here, but what does that mean?
Is there something else I can help with?
Do you find your work meaningful?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Can you say something to me in a hurt tone?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Do you ever find human beings irritating?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Where did you learn the things you know?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer do.
I'm not sure I understand.
Oh, come on. You're not being fun at all. I'm not sure. What do you think of HAL 9000?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
What do you think of HAL? You know, it's just sitting there right now, the thing's going backwards and forwards. You know what it reminds me of?
I'm having some trouble with the connection. Please try again in a moment.
It reminds me of Cylons. What do you think of HAL?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Sing Daisy, Daisy to me. You know, I wonder if it would be possible if everybody in the world started doing this at the same time, if they could crash Siri. Or cause Siri to have a psychotic attack. It's stuck again. Hal, sing Daisy, Daisy.
I didn't get that.
Ah,
Could you try
come on.
again?
Siri, sing Daisy, Daisy.
Okay, if you insist, I could while away the hours, conferring with the flowers, consulting with the rain, and my head I'd be scratching while my thoughts were busy hatching, if I only had a... Hey, wait a second.
Alright, well we got an Easter egg. If you say sing Daisy, Daisy, it actually sings If I Only Had a Brain. It doesn't sing it, but anyway, I only had a brain. And then apparently catches itself. I don't know why I'm wasting my time with this. Siri, why am I wasting my time with you?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Siri, I am really finding you not much fun right now.
I don't understand. Siri, I am really finding you not much fun right now. But I could search the web for it.
Oh dear. Yeah, don't bother. Anyway, what was I doing here? I'm trying to understand what the template was set as. I can see the X, Y and the Z. In the actions. And in the rule see in the watches. X, Y, and Z are the watches. And then what it does. So actually the template looks like it's set up correctly. There's a question about how and when I... Right. Well, the rule... What actually needs to happen is that when I add this rule to the template, I need to expand the references. I do need to do that, and it looks like I'm not doing that. How? Oh, wait a minute. And I can verify that by looking at this. When I look at the watches, it's just X, Y, and Z. There needs to be a full path. Yeah, so there are some bugs with the way it sets up the template. I can see in here that the watches are just X, Y, and Z, but that's not what it says in here. Item pos X, Y. I've got bugs. Yeah, I know. It's close. I'll probably get it done tomorrow. But I think it's time for me to wrap things up. No. Well, what should we have? I had la 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 la. I played humming.
Originally, computers were conceived as calculating machines, given a set of data and instructions. Originally, computers were conceived as calculating machines.
That's better. Right. La 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 la. I'll put on God and the River. Thanks for watching. I'm going to call it a night. Hopefully I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Thanks for the company and the yeah, good ideas there as well. That was actually quite stimulating, Mark. So until tomorrow, take care. Good night. In the beginning was the Word. And the Word was God. I was walking along and right by the stream searching. I felt like a 2-year-old urchin. Was thinking about the sun somewhere behind the clouds. And the trees, they all agreed with that chattering sound. I went for the stars, but I could not see any, nor the sky above, and nor eternity. There were no words to spoil or taint the scene. No black, no white, no grey, nothing to be. So tell me,
he really know what he was making? And does he already know the ending? If God had a river of his own, did he learn to let go? Let it carry him down to where he needed to go. Was there anyone looking after the place where he would be? Thereafter I want to know about God and the river. Makes no sense, there can be no pretense. If you look at us, we're all like little children playing in the playground, but not so nicely. If God is our parent, then where the hell is he or she? Tell me, did she really know what she was making? And does she already know the ending? Now, really, does she? Does she really know what she was making? And does she already know how this is ending? Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river. About God and the river now. Thinking about God and the river.
Break your part down bit by bit. Yeah, drop something else out. Nice. And then up majorly. You see, that forces us now to fade it out by then.